Alright, let's get going, why don't we? Sit through the loading screen of foreverness. Although I can't quite call it the loading screen of eternity. That honor still belongs to X4. The plan for today is the new colony and attempting to get it better, if that makes any sense. So the Pacu tank here, these are the only living Pacu, which isn't great. We do have 4 eggs here, so that one's not going to reproduce again. That one definitely isn't going to reproduce again. Okay. We're going to have 4 Pacu in the tank shortly, out of 10 that it should have. But that's a self-correcting problem. Meanwhile, the Flopatron has 28 Pacu and eggs in it. Okay. So it looks like we're on the road to getting local food. That's important and useful. I need to put more deodorizers around this place. Trying to decide where I want to put them. Let's put one here. Also, we need to do something about the carbon dioxide. So I should probably put in a gas filtering setup somewhere. Preferably a cheap, low-power one. Where do we want to run this? There, I guess. Because currently, the entire thing is running on a single conductive wire, and I would like to keep it that way. We do need more batteries. And I would like to get a, First, am I in the camper? No, I'm not. I'm exactly where I normally am. In my chair at work. That's where the computer is. So that's where I need to be to stream. I should mop these liquids up down here. Anyway. I need to get a gas filtering set up somewhere. Right here is probably a bad place for it. Well, right here is a bad place to store this water. So I should pump this water out. And put it somewhere else. Probably looks different because it's got sun shining on it. That would be my guess. How many tiles of water do we have here? At least 12. 14. Probably about 15 or 16 tiles. Where can we easily make a 15 or 16 tile pit? Okay, we can do that quite easily over here. Well, let's deconstruct this, and then we'll pump all this water over to here. Yeah. Hello, Dread. Although, speaking of the camper, apparently the house over there is out of power. Because there is a power line, quote, down in the driveway, end quote. Well, that sounds exciting. Okay, we'll just run a pipe straight across here. To there. And then we will move this pump down here. We already have power running most of the way from there. We'll go ahead and deconstruct that pump. Anyway. Apparently they're parking at the neighbors. And I guess very carefully walking up the driveway. Which is interesting. And supposedly the power is not slated to come back online until Wednesday. Thankfully, that's not a problem here. Hello, Carlo. Welcome here. Okay, survey. Go use the triage cot. I don't think there was any storm. It was just really high winds. Because when I went out to we're gonna call it. Yeah, this is complaining about not enough height to the top of the map. Oh well. Anyway, when I went out to do some grocery shopping yesterday, oh, we got some resin from somewhere. They must have fed the thing. Ooh. Okay. Anyway. It was just blowing like crazy outside. But it was nice and warm, and I mean, as warm as it gets this time of year. I have to put a couple of ladders across the top of this thing, get over there. A pig barn blew up this morning. Where was that? Okay, let's keep sweeping this stuff up. Try to get this place cleaned up a little bit. Or by Lakeview. Just bunch of methane catch on fire or what? Okay, this place needs a little more chlorine. If we weren't constantly circulating the gas, we wouldn't have this low pressure zone down here because it would equalize. But I need to constantly keep circulating the gas. Yeah, I probably could stop using the big pump and switch to a small pump. And also I could probably use a, yeah, here, let's deconstruct the big pump, let's put a small pump in there. That'll help the gas spread a little more. Mini gas pump. Also, we could probably put in a, what are you gonna call it? There. Methane built up because not enough fans. Farmer lit one furnace. Boom. Oops. That does not sound like a good way to continue to make money pig farming. Just saying. Okay, we could greatly reduce our power needs if we could get rid of this gas filter and build a passive filter. I'm going to go ahead and do that now. We couldn't have done it earlier because there was a big mix of gases in here, but now that it's all chlorine, goes enable. Here we go. Construct. Now that it's all chlorine, we can put a chlorine filter in here easily. Pig roast for the community. Not sure that's how that works. Hopefully it didn't kill anybody besides pigs. Tree. Yes, there is tree. And we've even gotten some tree product laying around here now. Apparently they've started feeding it a little bit of something. I don't know how feeding it works. I might have to experiment with that. Anyway. That tree is evil. Well, it smacks everybody who tries to run past it, so... Just place food in front of it? Okay, so we'll eventually we'll build a conveyor line over here to feed it, and... We'll probably have to do it up here or something. But anyway, currently it's in my dining room. Then we'll put an auto sweeper down here to pick up the tree product and ship it out. I don't know if an auto sweeper can pick up the resin. Interesting. Maybe it can. Well, if you put an auto sweeper and a bottle emptier, we can probably pump it up and then do something with it that way. Anyway. It is a problem I will figure out eventually. Damn it. That is an annoying problem where they pick something up and they dump it, and then it retains its dump status, and so they just keep picking up and dumping it infinitely. Anyway. Easy enough problem to fix, you just have to notice it. Okay, we need a place to dump liquid water. Purified water, not the disgusting crap. I don't really have a tank for that anywhere. Guess I could build one. I'm gonna go ahead and deconstruct this bottle emptier because this is no longer going to be a tank. This is going to be the new gas sump, I think, if I can arrange it. Instead, I will put a bottle emptier over here. And this will be the new polluted water tank. This area will be a polluted oxygen zone. This deodorizer will hopefully prevent that from escaping. And we will try to clean up the base as much as possible to get rid of it all. Oh yes, I was going to do a... Okay, now let's see if I can remember how to do this. I can just look at the rocket if I forget. I'd rather remember. Okay, so this is the trash pipe. We want a loop that is constantly circulating here. Let's do this. Instead of figuring it out, let's just go look at the rocket. This is much easier. Ventilation overlay. Okay. We have an input, output, loop the two together. Beside the output is the escape for the thing you actually want to filter. The overflow is going past the bridge. Okay. So I want to tear out most of this pipe. Not you. Not you three. Okay. Not liquid bridge. Damn it, what am I doing? Ventilation. There we go. Gas bridge. Okay. So this goes upward. Dumps out there. And then we take a gas valve. Like that. And then a gas pipe. Like that. Cancel that deconstruction. Snip that line. Okay. Snip that line, snip that line. This is the input line. Except it actually has to be the waste line. Go ahead and cancel a bunch of this deconstruction. Okay, there's the waste line exiting. This, I think, can actually be... Did I screw this up already? I think I might have screwed this up already. Or not yet. I mean, it's not screwed up, but... We'll take a look at where the output is on this. Okay, the output is directly across from the input of that. I don't know if I can make that fit here. Yeah, no, because this is right up against the abyssalite. Damn it. Okay. I can make it work though if I move. Cancel build. Also, I need to change that so it's not connected. If I reverse the direction of the flow, then I can make it work. Because that'll be the output. So this will pump. If it is the right material, it'll jump across the gap and then flow this way. A little bit will go across and prime the system. A larger amount will go out through there. Okay. And then we need to snip the pipe here. And this overflow will go out that way and out this way. Okay. And as for the fill pipe, it can also flow into here because this bridge over here will establish direction. Okay, and that should work. Yeah. I think. Obviously, here, we want to cancel these deconstruct orders. Because I got it all figured out without having to deconstruct anything. This gas valve needs to be set to a very small number. The only thing that burnt was the feed line and his hat. You shook, but okay. Can't hear shit. Well, I bet. Josh can put the fire out. That would be a lot of concussion. You bet if I went topless, I get more views on Twitch. I don't think so. No one wants to look at a fat white guy. I mean, come on. That's reserved for females. Uh-oh. Shit. snip that for now. So why is this circulating? We don't have a connection between those, do we? Okay, now we don't. Okay, this needs to be set to... I usually set them to like 10 grams. Emergency priority. Okay, flow rate is set. Now, let's reconnect you to there. Which will result in that being disconnected but emptied. Okay. Now we have a powerless gas filter running, and we only dumped who knows how much chlorine in here by accident. Anyway. It's still a little low pressure in here, but at least we've solved the problem, more or less. And we will ensure that there's no other non-chlorine gases building up in this room. Okay. So that's all taken care of. We've reduced our power consumption, which is good, to just a mini gas pump's worth. Okay, this is the dump for all polluted water in the base. Not that there's very much of that around. Once we finish cleaning this up, it looks like we introduced some normal water in here too. You know what? Screw it. Let's just make this the water dump as well. Oh. Survey, what are you doing? Get away from the damn tree. Stay away from the damn tree. Honestly. I should probably build a proper hospital at some point, considering how often they're getting damaged by the stupid tree. Took you a little while to get that one, huh? Yep. Oh well. Oh no, it looks like Rover actually finally shut down. I was right. Saving and reloading did shut Rover down properly. Oh well, let's deconstruct Rover now. You can have your steel back. Okay. Alas, there is no more Rover. Truly is a day of great tragedy. Okay. Go ahead and sweep up some of this debris. I need to get a place where I can dump resin so I can package it for transport. What temperatures does resin do what at? Yeah, 68 degrees it turns into a solid. This is gonna make it actually really annoying to handle. How about iso resin? Iso resin is solid. How do I make iso resin? By boiling away its excess moisture. Well, that's nice. Oh. So if we take resin, if we take the liquid resin, we make it hot, we end up with steam and iso resin. Okay. That's going to be fairly easy because we're sitting on a giant sea of hot right now that I would like to make into a giant sea of cold. So what I really should do is go over here, dig out a big old area, put in as many steam turbines as I can, which isn't going to be very many because we have a couple of things in the way. And then start sucking heat out of the magma. Okay. And then we can just dump iso resin in there. And actually, what heat does the iso resin turn into naphtha? We might have to be careful about exactly what heat we make it. Okay, so 257 degrees is what we need to heat it to. Then it turns into iso resin, which turns into naphtha at 392 degrees. So we need to keep it in a pretty narrow temperature range, actually. That's going to be a lot harder than just dumping magma in directly like I would like to do. So we're going to have to make an actual temperature controlled room, not just a half-assed temperature control room like we've been doing up to now. You're gonna take a nap to recover? Well, see you later. A temperature controlled room isn't hard. You're the guy who commented on your 360p YouTube video? Oh, hello, and thank you for pointing it out to me. I'm trying to upload a new copy of that one in actual proper resolution right now. We'll see if YouTube cooperates or not. Oh, let's see. If you find any others that are 360p, do comment. Because I would like to get any of them that are screwed up fixed before they get deleted from Twitch. I think the problem with that one is just it was right on the edge of the 12-hour limit. And so YouTube screwed up and then didn't fix it. But anyway. Trying to decide where I want to put the steam turbines for this. Over here is going to be a lot more free area. But also, I guess we probably should just go ahead and pump out all the chlorine. Make a chlorine room somewhere. Because we pump this whole area down to basically a vacuum. We mine out all the bleach stone. And we put all the bleach stone and the gas chlorine in a room. Then we would have a nice chlorine source that I can use for whatever I want. Just not sure where I want to do that. Yeah. I always upload all my stream archives to YouTube. Just no editing or anything like that, because I'm lazy. And I often only do it like once a month or something. So I don't really recommend subscribing to my YouTube because you will get spammed with bazillions of videos all at once at random periods. But YouTube simply exists as a place for me to store videos so they don't disappear eventually. Maybe someday I will get off my ass and actually do a proper YouTube channel. But that seems unlikely. I'm busy enough as it is. Well, untick the bell if you do subscribe. Although I just dumped a whole bunch of videos today, so all but the last one I uploaded, which was like from the 17th, I think. I need to go back and upload everything that happened since then. Yeah, I think we're gonna try to make a chlorine room somewhere. I'm just trying to decide where I want to put it. Maybe right here. We'll just... that'll be kind of annoying. It'll be a long ways away from anywhere I want to use chlorine. If I build it up here... Oh, and thank you very much for the follow, Lifeguard88. Greatly appreciate it. Can never have too many followers. I'd like to put the chlorine room here. But that might be inconvenient for the eventual steam turbine area. Let's see. Can I even fit... Actually, here. Let's just go look at how tall the steam turbine setup I have over here is. I could do 2 tall instead of 3 tall. Don't think I'm going to be able to fit. Okay, that's 13 tiles tall. Assuming two tile tall steam rooms. Which is the minimum. Anything less than 2 tiles tall and it's going to be too hard to get the hot steam across. But can we fit 13 tiles? Yeah, we actually can. Okay. And I could fit something much nicer in here if I didn't bother with having a chlorine room there. I probably don't want the chlorine room there. Because we can fit a double row of steam engines in this area. We're probably going to have to, simply to get enough cooling, get rid of all this stupid magma. I guess just building a chlorine room up here is probably our best bet, as inconvenient as it might be. Okay. I kind of want access to the room, but also I don't really need access to the room as long as I seal everything in here that it's going to need. However, if anything ever goes wrong, we'll be screwed. So... this isn't really enough room to build a traditional traditional water lock in. Not like that anyway. We can do it, but not right over top of this footprint. That said, I do kind of want traditional water lock. I don't think I have enough water to do it, though. Yeah, I have like grams of pure water, so I'd have to get more pure water from the sieve over there, which is not the end of the world. That's quite easy to do. It was just a note that I will have to do it that way. I wish I had some I gotta call it. We have some of the components we need to make visco gel. We would just need petroleum, and we would need to actually make some iso resin. And then we'd be able to dump some visco gel and make a really cool visco gel airlock, but that isn't going to happen for a while. We need to actually have iso resin production and processing built. Yeah. Be awesome, but it's not going to happen yet. Wait, that's wrong. No? No, that's right. Yeah. And then, boom. Okay. I would almost like to put in 2 while we're doing it. One to access space and one not, but our space access is over here, so it doesn't really matter. The access to the chlorine room is going to be bigger than the chlorine room itself. Obviously, we're going to have to drywall the back here. Anything else I want to do to this? I mean, obviously, we're going to need ladders. Okay, now is this room even going to be big enough, or am I going to, oops, or am I going to have to go bigger? Okay, what all do we need inside this room? Well, we need a storage bin for, what do you want to call it? For bleach stone. We need a high pressure gas vent for ejecting pumped in. I would like to have a emptier. Okay, we're gonna have to make the room a little bit bigger. Well, we can conveniently extend it this direction. We're gonna have to deconstruct that airlock anyway. But later. First, let's go ahead and get the drywall in place while I'm still thinking of it. Although, I don't actually want the drywall in place up here yet. Because I don't want... I want this to remain a vacuum. So let's go ahead and build all this. We'll leave the airlock here just to keep too much gas. Well, we already have an airlock here, so we can just delete this one. Having 2 will decrease how much gas gets through, but it also make it inconvenient to build, so. You're using the airlock door mod now because you got tired of doing these liquid airlocks? Yeah. Yeah. Airlocks in this game are not great. They really need to do a better job of it. Oh, and they can't go through here because this is sealed because I didn't want them running past the tree. I need to change that. Oh. I was trying to figure out where the tree got food. I wonder if it killed one of the puffs over top of it. And then ate the meat. Maybe. Also quite possibly not, but anyway. The Flopatron is still going strong. We now have 5 Pacu in here, of which they're all mostly young. It's weird how it takes them forever to wake up and decide they need to flop off the edge. This tree, if given food, will produce resin. And that resin, we need to make a device to process it. Into iso resin. And the iso resin can be taken elsewhere, where it'll be combined with petroleum or possibly other things. It can also be used to make insulation, I think. Anyway, it can be combined with other things to make a liquid that doesn't flow sideways and a really, really good insulating material. Yeah, it's an endgame material. The first endgame material I've had gotten access to so far, which is cool. But anyway, oh, we can go ahead and deconstruct that pump now. It no longer serves a purpose. Viscogel is probably the thing I'm most interested in that it can be used to make. Because viscogel is a fluid, but it doesn't flow side to side. It only will flow straight down. So if you dump a little viscogel in a tile, it'll stay in that tile forever. Unless you remove the bottom off underneath it. And if you dump more viscogel on top of the first viscogel, it'll fill up and just make a vertical column. So to make a airlock, you can just dump 2 tiles of viscogel in a doorway, and boom. Infinite perfect airlock. And having people run past the tree is a bad idea because they get beaten up. I probably should make them run underneath the tree. Unfortunately, I can't make more of these cool looking ladders. I'll have to make crappy looking ladders. I'll deconstruct that tile because it's just kind of in the way anyway. And I probably should otherwise encourage them to run through here somehow. I could delete one of these airflow tiles and that would do the job. Actually, I could delete both of these airflow tiles and that would do the job because they could still get across by jumping to this ladder if they do need to reach the middle. Because right now they keep getting spotted. And that's bad. There we go. Okay, so once I'm gonna have to dig all this out, aren't I? I was thinking about leaving this material here, and then I realized some of this is probably gonna... Oh, actually, it's all gold amalgam and algae, so it shouldn't off-gas. Oh, there's a bit of slime right there, okay. We need to get this stuff out of here before we have off-gassing materials inside. Actually make that a high priority. Okay, we want this polluted oxygen to go away. It will slowly go away into space. So we can't build the drywall yet, but what about heat resistance? You got your petrol destroyed because it passed with 1,000-degree igneous rock from magma biome. Seconds you vacuum with sour gas. That shouldn't be a problem here, because we'll be storing a gas in this room. But I've had an issue like that happen before. Got a big puff of sour gas in somewhere. I think it was one of these chambers. Yeah, I was making naphtha over here. And a little bit of the naphtha got turned into sour gas by accident. It wasn't a big deal though, because it was still in the beginning stages of pumping this down. Although if it had happened after it had been pumped down, I would have been very, very salty. Oh, Viscogel is an airlock? I'm not sure what temperatures Viscogel can stand up to. But generally airlocks don't actually have to stand up to that hot of temperatures. The ones that directly touch steam do. But even there, it's not that hot. Like this airlock, I can make this out of whatever I want because it's up against a vacuum and the vacuum won't transmit heat. This one needs to be able to withstand about 400 or 500 degrees, which naphtha works great for. But for Viscogel, well, let's find out. I don't actually know what its melting temperature is. Viscogel turns into naphtha at 895 degrees. And it freezes at negative 23 degrees. Those are Fahrenheit. I'm not sure what the temperatures would be for Celsius, but that's quite high. None of my airlocks would have any trouble with that. Gets broken by any liquids, be careful. Yeah. I'd probably put it on like a little elevated base or something to keep it off the ground. Be safe. Safer. Like I'd love it for this place. And then I'd put access like right here or somewhere. Whereas it would be less valuable. Well, it'd still be valuable for this place, actually. Then I could just put the door here on the side or something. Maybe put it up one tile for safety. This space doesn't have many airlocks yet. How are we doing on food? Okay, we still got tons of food. Alright, not a problem. I should order all the materials I still have stocked in here swept out. Because those materials are all supposed to be delivered here anyway. That way if I need to send the rocket back to bring something else, I don't have to worry about it taking away all our building materials. Anyway, I'm quite looking forward to being able to use Viscogel. I probably won't retrofit any of my current builds to use it, but it'd be cool for the future. The main thing I really want though is supercoolant, because I've got some things I need to use supercoolant for. For example, I want to see if I can make the Pacu freezer work. It's not going to work with ethanol. That's been fairly well established by this point. But if I get supercoolant running through here, maybe? I wish there was a way to keep dudes from picking up things they shouldn't. But alas. Exit temperature is 45. Okay, that's pretty good. Not as good as this one over here. No, it's actually exiting at 24 or 25 degrees. Also, this got out of phase somehow. That's annoying. There we go. There we go. Now it's working correctly. Okay. So this is now a proper vacuum inside. That's exactly what I want. Let's go ahead and build drywall in here. I don't need to fill the whole area with drywall yet. Matter of fact, I probably shouldn't. But I'm going to fill the area right around this. And then we need to run a liquid pipe. Let's see, this is the one I used last time. We're going to have to actually hook this back up. Okay. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct this. This will run down to a pump I'm going to put in here. Okay, because we're going to have to pump more polluted water into the system so that we can pull pure water off. And then we'll run purified water right across there. There. Good vent. Boom. Okay. And down here, I'm going to actually put in... I tempted to put in a mini pump. How much does the mini pump pump? Not very much. Okay, 1 kilo a second. That's not enough. Okay, we'll have to use a full-size pump. Full-size pump pumps too much. But I guess it's better than too much than very much not enough. And for the power hookup, let's run this. Oops. Damn it, I hate when it does that. Cancel that. Okay. Let's clean up our power lines a little bit. Remove some of these weird appendages that no longer serve any purpose. That does need to be powered. Okay. We don't need a power line running there anymore. Okay. You ate all your pizza, now you are sad. Well, I guess there's only one solution to that. Although it's probably not a very good solution. We're quite at the start. Got some industrial metal production. Use a cold slush and cold polluted water geyser. Find that cold steam geyser. Wonder if you can bring all this crap in one giant pool and get the temperature under control. That's not where I wanted to go. Boom. I don't think I bothered with any cool steam geysers. But if you have access to a steam turbine, then you can cool pretty much anything pretty easily by using a aqua tuner and turbine pair. Similar to this, which I'm sure you've done already. And if you can take the cool steam... Actually, right here I do have a cool steam vent. This is just got a little bit of radiant pipe behind it. And that's enough to keep it basically just hot water. Got like 170-degree water down here that I'm using for electrolyzing. But then you could just pump this water wherever you wanted. Pump everything together in one big container. If you have any polluted water sources, you can just run those through a sieve first. Although that will require some sand or something similar. I would suggest, if you want to store any huge quantities of water, to store purified. Because that's less likely to get germy. If you accidentally dump some germy water into it, it will slowly die out in the purified water, whereas it'll grow out of control in the polluted water. And then trying to get rid of all the germs in that polluted water is a bit of a job. Although I understand if you pump chlorine in above it, it will eventually kill them off. I've never actually tried that. I ended up using radiation to kill off my germs the few times I got large bodies of germy water. Speaking of which, I should do something about this carbon dioxide over here. Yeah, well. But anyway. But yeah, as far as cooling goes, I built this way over-engineered metal refinery setup that hardly runs at all. Currently they're not refining anything, but even when they do refine anything, it barely runs. And that has a big cooling loop attached to it that runs all over the base. Let's see, where's it go actually? Starting here from its reservoir, it runs through an aqua tuner, up to space to go through the telescope, because that was the easiest way to keep that cold, past the turbines, through a second aqua tuner, because there's no kill like overkill, and then down through this core of the base and back up. And then off that main line I have like one line to cool the coal generator area, which keeps that area quite cold actually. Yeah. My whole base is actually now starting to get a little almost too cold, except the base core itself. Because I'm not doing anything to control the temperature. And then a little bit over here to cool off the natural gas. I probably should insert some stuff to keep it a little warmer than it is. Think to warm water up would use quite some energy. Yeah. If you're dumping in hot water from a cool steam vent, that would help some at least. If you want to make it warmer, then it's actually not that hard. Let's see. Over here, I have a cool salt slush geyser that I process to fill my main clean water tank. And for that, I run it up here past that to cool it, no big deal. And then I run it through a tepidizer box. I have a box with liquid tepidizer and a thermal sensor. The thermal sensor tries to get it to 50 degrees in here. And then I just run water through in radiant pipes through this box. So the water comes in at like close to freezing temperature. And then comes out at about 50 degrees or so. Because the salt water will freeze obviously at a lower temperature than normal water would. So this gets it up to above freezing, and then I can run it through the desalinator and feed it into my main base without worrying about breaking pipes past the desalinator. And it doesn't cost much energy, actually. The tepidizer doesn't run very often. Because I'm not heating it up very much, I'm just heating it a little. Okay, what's the actual temperature? Yeah, this kicks out at 14 degrees. But for some reason, the main body of water here is like 20. Oh, I know why. Because I'm dumping some normal water in here too. Yeah, because I was having trouble with the power transformer overheating. So I just dumped some normal water from the main base in. But anyway, this pool ends up about 50, 60 degrees or so. Which is a bit on the chilly side, but not a problem. What do we have here? We have steel. 100 kilos of steel. Branching, rocketry suit wearing, or bristleberries. I think we'll just take steel. But yeah, a simple tepidizer in a box full of liquid with a thermosensor to control the temperature of the liquid around the tepidizer. You can easily inject a little bit of heat that way. Usually though, it's usually you don't use something like this very often because most of the time the problem is getting rid of heat, not getting more heat. Yeah, tepidizers, if left alone without control, tepidizers will heat a room to 185 degrees Fahrenheit. So it won't boil it, but it'll heat it up pretty hot. Which is why I have the control. But this draws 960 watts. Which is another reason to control it, to keep the temperature low. Because that doesn't draw as much. But if you have the tepidizer and a battery on a network by themselves, kind of, like just a transformer and then a battery and the tepidizer, it should keep its overall draw pretty low and mostly unnoticeable. Depends on just how much stuff you're trying to heat up though, I guess. Currently, it's not shuffling much water past it because the main tank is full. I can't really show off exactly how much it actually uses over time, but yeah. Oh well. But if you have any source of heat, you can use that to heat the water up as well. Dump the heat into some kind of heat reservoir and then run your water through that, warm it. Because you don't want it hot, you just want it warm so it doesn't cool stuff off too much. Anyway, the answer to your pizza problem, Colo, is to buy another pizza. Not that that's a very good answer, mind you. Pizza isn't free after all. Unfortunately. Can you imagine how awesome it'd be if pizza was free? I would somehow be in even worse health than I already am. Okay. Lanoon improved Simple Paku setup. Appears to be working quite well, actually. Haven't seen any non-normal Paku in here, which is exactly what it's supposed to be. How many do we have on? Okay, we have 6 in the tank out of the 10 we desired. But that'll correct itself. Be a solution for your predicament, but you can make 4 meals for the same cost? Yeah, I know. I don't order pizza very often because it's expensive. Well, you thought throwing cold slush into this cool steam water, it would work. I would suggest if you do that, pump up the slush and then And there we go. Then take and build. Where's that? Here we go. Build kind of a tank around your cool steam vent below it. Like off to the side like this one is, or just below it. And let the steam condense and fall into water around it. But not... You don't want it to fill above the vent because that'll cause the vent to stop blowing when it gets about halfway up it. So you kind of want it to be able to drip down below. And then zigzag a radiant pipe through here with the slush in it. It'll heat up. And then desalinate it. And dump the desalinated water into the tank along with all the rest of the water. And that should get you a nice large pool right below this cool steam vent of cold, or, you know, not terribly hot water. The steam vents don't actually give out that much water. This one is outputting just barely not enough to run this full time. So that's only 2 electrolyzers. It outputs 1.5 kilos per cycle on average. Or 1.5... Wait. That's 1.5 kilos per second on average, I mean. So that would be like a tiny fraction of what a pump can move. It wouldn't be enough to do much farming. No, actually it would be. Not sure how many plants you could raise on this. Depends on the plant. See, what are my current bristle blossoms? What do they take again? Bristle blossoms take 20 kilos a cycle. It would take about 10 or 15 seconds, somewhere between there, of production from this to feed 1 bristle blossom. So about, let's see, this would produce about 900 kilos a day. You could run, I think this full farm could run on that, just no problem. Let's see. Well, maybe not the whole farm. I don't know. My brain isn't working for math right now. It's shut off. Anyway. So it's not much water, but if you combine it with more other sources of water and just use it as a way to heat them up. Like right now it's pretty warm in there. And also you can take some of that cool water and zigzag it behind the steam vent before you go into the pool to help condense the steam quicker and make it safer for your dupes to be in the area without having to wear suits all the time. Somewhere down here, where was it? There it is. I have an actual steam vent. This thing outputs... Well, I haven't examined it yet, so I don't know what its average output over time is. But while it's outputting, it outputs decent amount. Almost 2 kilos per second. Means it probably outputs actually less than the cool steam vent does. Yeah, because this outputs like 8 kilos a second when it's active. But it outputs it at 930 degrees. Trying to cool this down enough to use properly with steam turbines will be an interesting job that I might undertake at some point. Because I'll likely want to take this steam and counterflow it with some water and ultimately make a whole bunch more not as hot steam and then use that to run turbines and recycle the whole mess and pull a little bit out every now and again. Keep them filling up. Hello, survey. Welcome here. Not sure if I want to fill this up. No, I kind of want to build a a carbon dioxide sink in here. Apparently this is kind of my carbon dioxide sink, but I need to change that. Yeah. I don't really want to have my hospital also be my carbon dioxide sink. That doesn't work very well. Hot steam vents are there to make you power, but you can tame it easily by restricting the open vents in the steam turbines. I didn't think about that. Yeah. That'd probably work. That's boring and easy. Do something cool like heat exchangers. Where's your sense of adventure, Colo? Yeah, that steam would be way too hot for the turbine, so you'd have to cool it. Well, or you could restrict the flow, like Colo pointed out. I think that would work. Because the way steam turbines work, if I remember correctly, there's these vents. And if you cover vents up, the steam turbine works less efficiently for a given amount of steam. Or they can draw in less steam. And so if you covered some of them up, they would pull in less steam, but since it's hotter steam, they would still work. I guess it makes sense. When you consider that hotter steam in real life would be less dense. And therefore, if you pulled in the same amount of steam through it, yeah, anyway. It both does and does not make sense when compared against how things work in real life. Also, I need to get this naphtha out of there and do something with it. Has this actually drawn down to a vacuum yet? No, it's 35 micrograms of steam. I don't know if this is ever going to... Well, it will slowly. It's just going to take it a year. There's a little pile of 0 micrograms of ice. Let's get that out of there, why don't we? Yeah. Produces energy from heat, and one vent to the turbine will consume 400 grams of steam. You just need to figure out how many vents you'd have to cover to make 900 degree steam work instead of the 400 degree or whatever the preferred temperature is. Oh well. This steam in this room, once upon a time this was a vacuum. And then there was a little mishap with me removing a tile down here and letting a big puff of high pressure steam in. And we're slowly condensing it out of the air. I want this to be a vacuum again because having 2000 degree steam in a room is not a great idea. Also, this kind of needs to be a vacuum to help insulate everything. Anyway, it looks like this is getting close to the time where it starts to condense a bunch of water in the bottom here. Between eruptions of these volcanoes, this place will condense water to about this level or so and then stop. And as soon as it starts erupting again, it all poofs to steam and kind of interesting. But anyway, how are things going over here? We are almost ready to start pumping water across. That's how things are going. Pump is set up. I shouldn't actually be pumping this in just yet. Here, actually, let's go ahead and boost the construction priority on that so they get it done. Yeah. It's not a big deal because it's only micrograms because of the thermal mass is very low. But that doesn't mean I want to allow it to pile up anyway. I just realized that this is going to actually be a problem, allowing people in and out of here. Because we don't have anybody wearing suits to come in and out of here. And therefore, they will possibly breathe out carbon dioxide in here. So once this is sealed up, everything's built in here, I'm going to seal it by building a wall. And this will only be for emergency access, and we will try to get them into suits before we let them in. Unreachable build. Oh, that's why they're not building over there. Oops. Boom. Okay. Yeah. So there's 3 things you need to keep in mind with any material and heat in this game. There is the specific heat capacity. Well, 4 things to keep in mind. 3 things that generate a 4th thing. There's a specific heat capacity, which is, as it tells you right here, the amount of heat that is required to heat up a certain amount of the material, in this case 1 gram, by 1 degree. And then there's thermal conductivity, which is how well heat moves through the object. And then there's the mass of the object. And those, the conductivity is useful for knowing how fast it will gain or lose heat. But that's about all it's really important for. The capacity and the mass together determine what I like to call the thermal mass of the item. In other words, how much heat does it actually have? If the heat capacity is low and the mass is low, then it will have a very low thermal mass because it doesn't actually contain much heat. It may be extremely hot, but if you use that heat to do something here, to use that heat to, or transfer that heat to something else, it will it won't heat that item up much because it doesn't actually have much heat in it. So having heat and being hot are 2 different things. Which is kind of a brain bender, but I guess that's just how it is. Like in this case, we're looking at sedimentary rock, which has a specific heat capacity of 0.1. Whereas if you picked something like, say, steel, that has a specific heat capacity of 0.2, which actually isn't that high either. Let's see, what would something around here that has a high heat capacity? Water. Water actually has a very high heat capacity of 2.3, which is way higher than those other 2 materials. Which is why water makes such a good coolant liquid, because it holds a lot of heat. And so if you can suck heat out of the environment and put it into the water, you can pull more heat out of the environment because the water holds more heat. And that is also why my Pacu freezer here doesn't actually freeze Pacu, because the ethanol that's inside of it, where can I find some ethanol I can easily click on? After I click through all the Pacu in here. Damn it. Give me some ethanol. think I can actually click on this tank. Because some things allow you to click on, there we go, ethanol. Because ethanol's heat capacity is 1.3, which is about half that of water. Yeah, a little more than half that of water. So it isn't efficient enough coolant to cool this tank off versus the Paku's body heat. Anyway, it's really kind of interesting, and this game has taught me a lot about how heat works. It's kind of cool, actually. It's like, in a way, it's like how Kerbal Space Program taught me a ton about how orbits work. It's not really something that ever mattered to me before, so never really learned about it. Okay, is this good enough for my likings? 240 kilos. Yeah, that's probably plenty. Okay. Go ahead and not fill that in completely yet. Boom. I'm going to go ahead and fill in the whole back wall of this. Not because it's necessary, but because I don't like how it looks there at the edge. Yes, that is a stupid reason to do that, but oh well. I'm doing it anyway, and you can't stop me. But anyway. So, what all was I going to build in here again? For gas, we want a high pressure gas vent. I'm going to want to put that over here, though. High pressure gas vent. And then we want a gas pump. I'd like to put in 2 gas pumps so we can get a full 10 kilos per second out of here, but that'd be way overkill. That's not going to happen. Canister emptier right there. Just so if I get the occasional gas canister, we can get rid of it. And if the canister emptier, we need to allow dupes to get in and out of here. Yeah, okay, whatever. And a storage bin that we can put. What do you call it in? Actually, the storage bin should ensure we don't get any non-chlorine gases into here. At least not in this level. Because it'll off-gas into those gases and destroy them. Which can sometimes be a problem, but in this case will be a good thing. Okay, I think that's all we need. Power, obviously. And then we're going to want to put some pipe stubs. Not that kind of pipe. This kind of pipe. We're going to want to run some pipe stubs through the walls so we can access those in the future. Without having to go inside if you don't have to. And I think that's it. This will allow us to safely store all of our chlorine gas products. Why am I making a chlorine box? So I can pump all the chlorine out of this biome. And clean up all the bleach stone in this biome and other such things. And get all the chlorine up here where I can store it forever. In high pressure gas form. Because I need chlorine for this. And just in case anything ever happens and we have a chlorine leak, I'll be able to get more chlorine from over here. I don't want to just vent the chlorine. But there's no easy solution to get more chlorine here. So waste not, want not, we're building a storage container. But yeah, that's all this is, just a storage container. I just realized I want to make some modifications to this. The snipping disconnection tool is so amazing. They should have added that years ago. Okay, we don't want to feed anything that's not chlorine into this box. To that end, I'm going to want to build a gas filter somewhere. I'm going to want to pull off that pipe. Boom. Okay. Boom. And then we'll put a standard gas vent. We don't want to overpressurize up here too much. Okay, why am I using insulated pipe? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Never used bomb lilies. You know you can make medicine from it. Dupes never get sick. Why are you growing them? I'm growing them simply for their seeds. The plan was, and is, that I would grow bomb lilies. Here. Let's just empty these resin bottles right here. Anyway, the plan was and is that I would grow bomb lilies, harvest them for their seeds, and then feed those seeds to the Pacu as their main food source after we run out of algae. I should start setting up resource display over here. Bomb lily seed. Okay. They take a while to grow though, so I don't know if bomb lilies are a good choice for that or if I have enough of them. I might need to... Oops. Damn it, I unticked it. There we go. And what else do we want to display over here? Sand, that's important to our base currently. Because we're producing all of our oxygen from polluted oxygen. If we run out of sand, that would be sadness. I think that's all we really need to worry about at the moment. Okay, we don't have very many seeds right now. That is actually worrying. They take 12 cycles to grow, and it's not a 100% chance to get a seed from each one. I'm not sure if we're producing enough bomb lily seeds to feed the Pacu or not. Thing is, Pacu don't eat very much in the way of seeds. They only eat like a third of a seed per cycle. So as long as we get a seed or two every cycle, we'll be fine. I don't know how many we started with though, so we'll have to pay attention to that, make sure we're okay. Alright, this will contain bleach stone. And it's a high priority to store bleach stone there. This will empty out chlorine. Doesn't really matter. Kind of a middle-ish priority. I'm going to set this to sweep only for now because we don't actually want them moving any bleach stone yet. I don't think I've even mined any bleach stone actually. I've been fairly careful not to mine it because I do want this area to keep filling with chlorine for now. Or I did. Okay. Yeah, this is holding a proper vacuum. Go ahead and fill that in. Once we get this drywall built, then we can start, and these pipes built, we can start pumping this area full. Looks like survey is having a bit of a tree problem again. Stay away from the damn tree. Somebody must have fed the tree at some point. We have more resin down here. I ordered them to empty the bottle, which I think means they'll just empty it right there in place. Here, let's actually boost the priority of that so I can see what actually happens with it. Even in games, the trees harass you. They eat a third of a seed per day. I think it is. They don't actually eat a whole seed, which is cool. They definitely eat a lot more algae than they eat in seeds. It does reduce the amount of polluted dirt they would make, I think. But I don't care about that. I just want the eggs. Because this is going to be the food production. So basically we're growing balm lilies for food. Very indirectly. And I don't actually know if I have enough balm lilies for that or not. I might need to build a bigger balm lily farm. If I do, well, we're going to have the chlorine over here, and we'll probably build the balm lily farm over here as well. We don't have a source of water on this map. Except the toilets, I guess, can produce more slowly. Currently, we're using them to do a thimble reed, so that I have a source of reed fiber for repairing suits when I get to that point. Basically, I don't want to have to ship anything in, but it's looking a lot like I'm going to have to ship stuff in. And I might need to ship in some water. I mean, not yet, but at some point. Yeah, okay. Getting a little bit of carbon dioxide in this sump here. I need to start pumping gas out of here into here. Maybe I should put a pump down here and just pump it into the same line I'm using for this. Because there's a bit of chlorine in here. We can recapture that chlorine. You know, that's not the worst idea I've ever had. We can put that right there. Give it a little bit of extra power. Hook up a little bit of extra pipe. And just inject gas into that line as it goes past. Seeing all this, you're not sure if you ever reached so far? This colony was started yesterday. I brought a lot of materials along to jumpstart it. I brought a bunch of plastic, a bunch of steel, a bunch of aluminum, and like 60 tons of rock. 60? Yeah, about 60 tons of rock. And I brought a bunch of PACU eggs. So that part was easy to get going. And of course, 2 highly skilled dupes. Both the dupes here are very skilled builders and diggers. We've been at it for quite a while. Well, okay. We're at 1600 cycles overall, but this particular colony was started yesterday. This colony was started 1631 cycles ago. It has languished a bit because I've paid a lot of attention to other colonies during that time. But And admittedly, this one did produce a lot of the materials that went into the rocket that went to the other colony over here. All of the steel, all of the plastic. There's no way I'd be able to build this with just local resources, simply because there's almost no metal here. This place is too small to support a self-sufficient colony without an import. Or without initial imported materials. Also, even now, the food they're eating is still food that was imported. Because there's no way the local food production... The food production hasn't kicked in yet. Fully. But we'll get there eventually. The Flopatron is... currently holds 36 fish. You brought Pacu eggs with the rocket. Imagine if you just forgot one single item, you're doomed. Well, I could just load everybody back up on the rocket and send it back off, but... kinda, yeah. The rocket... well, this was... I admit, I looked at some other people's designs and stole a lot of ideas. The basic layout is actually kind of stolen from somebody. But this is actually really cool. It fits a great hall, a washroom, and a barracks. Barely. And it's made out of nice materials. Everybody's really happy in here. It's got plastic tile radiation insulation in the roof over most of the places where dupes gather. So the radiation's low enough in here that they can not have to carry radiation pills with them on the trip. You can put dupes in here and they'll be happy, happy, happy the whole way. Wherever you're going. And then these storage bins, I just filled them with materials and then turned that material off so it would drop on the ground, and then fill them with more materials and repeat until I had everything I needed inside the rocket. But anyway. The hand sanitizer is here but shut off, so that it doesn't actually use up any materials. And doesn't get any materials delivered to it. There's a little gas filter here that makes it so that all of the carbon dioxide will get ejected, which I should fix that actually. I just noticed that it's not ejecting carbon dioxide. Uh-oh. It's no longer in space. If it's in space, this gas port will eject into space. If it's not in space, then it just sits there. I need to hook up a short piece of pipe to it. Okay. Ventilation. Gas pipe. Boom. Put a gas vent on the end. That should allow them to eject any carbon dioxide out of that. Anyway. That rocket interior... well, it's the second one I built. Here's the fancier single occupant first one I built. But it's the same basic design, just it's got a bit of crown molding here and a comfy bed, so that this is considered a high quality barracks. The room's not large enough to make it into a single bedroom, unfortunately. And has a telescope. This was being used for exploration. It only has a single mess table because it was only for one person. Otherwise, it's the same basic design. I need to remove the telescope and replace it with a research thingy. So I can go generate space science. Whatever it's called again. The carpet, really, the carpet is pretty huge for the rocket, actually. It raises the core high enough that together with the Great Hall and having a nice, decent bedroom and all that stuff, it keeps everybody really happy. An interesting thing. Now we need to go back into the rocket. There's the water storage for the toilet. As you can see, they've only actually used a little bit of water. This is massively overkill. But it's a cheap and easy way to get some water storage. This uses like 4 kilos or something per use or something. I don't remember how much it is. I don't see it listed here. It says how much it produces per use, but it doesn't say how much it uses. Oh, here we go. Uses 2.5 kilos per use. No, that's how much it contains. 2.5 kilos. Here, let's go find the damn thing and I can actually check. I was under medicine. No, it's under plumbing. Wall toilet. Yeah, 2.5 kilos per use. So that means each one of these is 4 uses. So with 2 people, each piece of pipe will last 2 cycles. This is completely full of berry sludge, because berry sludge never rots. And then this is full of oxalate. It had 20 tons of oxalate in it. It's now at 19.2. Needless to say. Also, this had 100 kilos of... It's only down 20 kilos from where it was. Not even that quite. Yeah, you could have a dupe in here for hundreds of cycles, no problem. I think I figured it out, and the water would be the limiting factor. And it's not much of a limiting factor. Maybe not hundreds, but certainly a very long time. Okay, so this is built and ready to go. Go ahead and allow bleach stone. And let's go ahead and build ourselves a lovely little... I'm going to want to disconnect this for now so we don't accidentally pump a lot of gases to where I don't want them. And let's go ahead and put in a gas filter. I'm going to use an actual powered gas filter instead of the unpowered one I built over here or inside the rockets. The unpowered ones are, I don't know. The thrower pit is a little bit lower than a powered one. But in general, if you're using it with a small pump, it's not a problem. In this case, I want the safety and assurance. Also, there's ways that these can screw up and break, whereas this is much more reliable. How do you store the oxalate? The oxalate production back on the main planet. Where did I put that? It's over here. No, not over here. Up here. There we go. I have an oxalate refinery here, and I just dump it in a pool of water. I store my bleach stone and oxalate here. As long as it's in the water, it can't emit. It looks like I have 46 tons or so of oxalate stored here. Yeah, I just make a little pool of water and dump it in. In this case, I have an auto sweeper handling the job. I greatly suggest using the auto sweeper because that way you can dump it in automatically and you can still have it accessible to dupes. Whereas if you were dumping it in with a dispenser, the dupe would stand here and keep picking it up, putting it in the dispenser, and get stuck in a loop. But with an auto sweeper and a loader, the loader, as long as the allow manual use isn't checked, that's not a problem. Okay. Let's go back over here. I was seeing messages that Survey was fleeing. He's pretty beat up. Okay. Survey, you fool. Go get healed. Be healed. Need to keep people away from the blasted tree. I wish I could move this ladder. Put it over here. We've got a little bit of food coming in. Ackee fillet. What are you doing? Don't go over there. Anyway. We're starting to get a chlorine atmosphere in here. That's good. This pump's not running because I didn't hook this up because I haven't set this up yet. Unbreathable gas. We want chlorine gas. And then we reconnect this gas pipe. And that will cause the gas to flow. The chlorine to go this way, the non-chlorine to get ejected here out of the gas vent. And that should result in carbon dioxide mostly, ending up in this sump. And then I need to do something with that. Carbon dioxide is pretty easy to get rid of. I have several choices I can do. I can either put a carbon skimmer in here, or I can just pump it into a pipe and dump it into space like I do on the other base. I have one base where I use a carbon skimmer and one base where I don't just dump into space. Carbon skimmer, I think, is actually the wrong solution here, because I just realized I don't actually want this to be mesh tile anymore. We'll replace that with airflow. Because I don't want to use up sand any faster than I have to, and the carbon skimmer does use filtration medium to turn. I mean, it wouldn't use up water. I could combine a carbon skimmer with a sieve. Because the carbon skimmer takes and turns water into polluted water and gets rid of carbon dioxide. I'd have to use a sieve. But it doesn't actually lose any water weight in the process, so you could circulate it infinitely. I think the proper solution is dejected space. I kind of want to put in a gas filtration plant similar to the one I have in my main base. So instead of just dumping the gases out, I should probably suck out... Well, I don't actually want to use this long term. We'll design a proper gas filtration plant in here. And this will be our main base sump. Okay, this is getting us nowhere closer to our goals, but it is helping us make the base more sustainable, so I guess it is okay. So, filter out the carbon dioxide first. And that can go to space, and then we turn the stuff around and send it back down here. No, I don't want to do it that way. And here we filter out the chlorine, which will go there. And do we have any other gases I care about? Currently we don't. At the main base I also filter out natural gas, but I don't think that's going to be a problem here because we're not doing anything that produces natural gas. So that'll be for the chlorine. The carbon dioxide... I don't know why I'm using insulated pipe. It doesn't hurt anything, so... Carbon dioxide will dump in space and allow it to dissipate. a gas bridge here. Boom. Okay, insulated pipe there. Then this. Trying to decide where I want to eject this. This is going to be a mix of oxygen and polluted oxygen. Mostly. Okay, let's see. Gas pump. Put the gas pump right here. Boom. Yeah, that'll work fine. This we can just dump up here again. Above the sump. Or, better yet, we can dump it over here in this corner. Okay, we want a high pressure vent there. Because we don't want it to ever stop for any reason. Gas, actually we don't need to take a gas bridge across to that. Actually we do kind of need to take a gas bridge across that. No, we don't. Okay, you will run like that. And then we'll snip some lines here. Because if we get rid of this filter and replace it with a new filtering plant here, which is the plan. I know I just set that filter up and now I'm removing it. Oh well. Okay. The better must make way for the, or the worst must make way for the better. Okay, and then power. We already have nearby conductive wire. And we'll add a gas pump to this. Right there. Power the gas pump. Like so. Okay, you are the chlorine filter. And you are the carbon filter. Okay. And this filter gets removed. That gas pipe gets removed. Here. Boom. Okay. Connect those pipes together. All right. Perfect. It's going to make this be a bit of a piping disaster down here, but that's, I guess, just the way things are nowadays. All my bases end up with pipe disasters somewhere. This will be the gas filtration plant. Eventually we'll pump this down to probably a vacuum, actually. Well, I mean, it'll never be a true vacuum because of the airlock here being crap, but we'll get all the chlorine out at least. Speaking of which, I should probably start just digging this whole area out. I think this is a tungsten volcano. Well, I know it is because I checked already. Let's dig that out so we can confirm. Oh, I need to give Dread a skill. Okay, Dread, you get super duper hard digging. Survey could use some more skills, actually. Give him a couple levels digging skills. Okay. Somehow survey ended up with all the weird skills. Stop getting anywhere close to the damn tree. Suppose the only way we'd keep them away from the tree is put a door in that they can't open. Which I don't really want to do, but oh well. They keep running over there to grab stuff that's laying on the ground. Is the problem. I did set this refrigerator up. Oh, I left it on priority 5. What's priority 9? Store food safely, please. Don't just leave it laying on the ground. We're currently at 9 out of 10 critters in here. It's actually pretty decent. This is up to 43 critters. How many of those are still eggs? Okay, only 13 of those are eggs. That's a lot of critters. I think we're gonna need a bigger bomb lily farm. Oh well. Not much I can do about that right now, unfortunately. I'd like to get rid of these damn puffs. Or at least get them stuffed in a corner somewhere where they're not causing problems. Because right now I've just realized a big source of everybody getting their asses kicked is the oxalate. But this stupid puff prince keeps dumping. Oh well. Yeah. I should set this grill up much better too with a auto sweeper and a refrigerator down here for the pacu fillets. So they get dumped and then picked up by the auto sweeper and put in the refrigerator or the grill. Something like that. Just move this triage table out of here. Looks like it's mostly oxygen down here now finally, which is good. A little bit of circulation did some wonders. Got a little bit of polluted oxygen still, stuffed in corners. But that's being taken care of slowly but surely. If I put another... Where do we have the most polluted oxygen? It looks like if we put another deodorizer over here, that would help clear out a lot of it. And of course this room over here is a giant pit of polluted oxygen, but this deodorizer is helping take care of it. If I put a second deodorizer here, that would help a lot. Getting a little bit of gas circulation here will help a lot too. Survey, you fool. Stop it. I know, oxalate. It's tempting. Please leave it alone. Okay, so the gas filters are running properly. I'm almost tempted to set up a box that we can pump just polluted oxygen into, where it's got a row of deodorizers across the bottom, but that won't really work very well because we need to have access to the deodorizers to fill them with the sand. Wish there was a way to set this as restricted. Okay, don't walk there, please. Can I put in some kind of wall? I guess I could put a tile here. That'd prevent them from walking over to the tree. Actually, I kind of can't. I kind of can, but the tree covers all the way out to here. I have to build the wall here, and I don't really want to do that. I think this room looks cool, and I don't want to ruin the way it looks. Which is a dumb reason, yes, but that's the reason we have, so. Oh well. Also, I need to get a... Just a refrigerator isn't enough. It needs to be a... Okay, Dread's doing a survey now. It needs to also be a sterile atmosphere, aka carbon dioxide or chlorine. We don't lose our pacu fillets. Actually, this one's only 9 calories. What? Okay. Anyway. Not sure why we have 9 calories worth of pacu fillet laying there. Yeah, that is indeed a tungsten volcano. I would like to uncover and cool this. That's for the future. The whole reason we came here was for these tungsten volcanoes. I thought there was only one, but it turns out there's 3. This is polluted oxygen, not infectious polluted oxygen. And this is more infectious polluted oxygen. I need to figure out a way to fix that problem. Packer complaining that they can't eat. Just eat from the damn fish feeder. There isn't even, I don't know. The 30 and 20 pacu tank don't have that much. Okay. The filtering system is definitely costing me more power than what I would like to spend. Here. How is the network actually doing? Potential load is way higher than it can produce. Okay, we are producing, according to this, 1.9 kilowatts, but that's not actually how much we're producing. That's the max we can produce. So we need at least a couple more of these. Okay. And we definitely need more batteries. This is a really tempting place to put the batteries. Unfortunately, that would be a terrible idea, because then they would overheat. I don't really have a good place to store batteries. The nice thing is, since everything is on the same network, we could kind of just put batteries wherever we want. That reminds me, check to make sure that... Yep, okay. We got rid of that collected carbon. Yeah, that still has half of its steam, so we can still use that to get home. Alright. I would like to build a proper hospital. Problem is the hospital requires a bunch of stuff. Requirements: toilet, mess table, medical equipment, minimum size 12 tiles. I'm not even sure where we would build that. I guess if we moved the balm lily plantation out of here, we could build the hospital here. Right below the normal toilet area, so we can recombine, you know, use the existing what do I call it? I don't know if it's worthwhile to waste that much space on a building that isn't really going to be that big of a deal. Anyway. Here. Get your ass. Actually, I should make this a higher priority. There. Now they'll actually go to the triage cop. Would you please? You just got out of the damn hospital. Don't immediately go running back into the tree again. I should not have made him part of the dining room. I should have made him in a separate lockable room. But I needed the space, so I did it. Alright, we do have some domestic Pacu production that is coming online reasonably. We're actually cleaning up the air in the base. Not the button. There's the button I wanted. We're cleaning up the air in the base quite a bit. Why do I have polluted water trapped in that mesh tile? I wonder we're not getting proper airflow. Whatever. Put a little bit of tile there to get some bit of vertical flow. Get a bit more vertical flow through the base. Replace that. Okay, I'd like to get rid of this polluted oxygen up here. I don't have any floor space to do it unless I get these batteries out of here, which I would like to do. So maybe it's time to build a battery box. Actually, I have an idea for that. Okay. Battery box. It doesn't need to be insulated. I don't know what I'm doing here. Boom. What it does need is to have a way to get rid of the heat before it melts the stupid batteries. Batteries don't produce much heat, but if you just put them in a vacuum, they'll just heat themselves forever and ever until they burn, basically. Okay. We'll put the batteries in there, I think, for now. We'll pump this room full of carbon dioxide for heat exchange. And that should result in a room that is Probably hot inside, but not so hot that it's going to melt. And if we need to ever cool it off, we can just run a pipe of water past it or something. How many do I have in there? 7, okay. We are gonna need to put a gas vent in. And I might as well just put a door on it. Because why not? Boom. And then we'll just run a ladder up there. We'll deconstruct that gas vent. Boom. There. We are going to want to build another gas vent out here eventually. Once this one stops accepting. Here, actually, let's do it this way. There. So this one should vent until it can't vent anymore, and then it should go past to this one where this one will vent. Assuming they work the way I think they do. If they don't work the way I think they do, then, well, I guess we're screwed. But anyway, we'll see. He's trying to thrash somebody again. I really need to get rid of this damn puff. How old is he? 47 out of 75. Why don't I just order his extermination? We've got puffs over here if we want more. Yeah. Hello, Bo. Started my stream early today. I started my stream late today. It's a weekend, Bo. In theory, I'm supposed to be starting these... Well, supposed to be. Starting these streams around noon. I didn't get started until after 3. Uh-oh, why aren't you guys growing? Harvest ready. Okay. Go ahead and boost these priorities a little bit so they actually go harvest these, because that's actually very important. Come on, Survey, you're the local farmer here. Get your ass going. There, we got a balm lily seed. No seed. We need to get an actual farmer here. Let's get a mini pod placed somewhere. Where am I even gonna put this thing? I don't have much room in this base. I don't really want to put it out here. I want it in an enclosed area. This would be kind of ideal, but that's the dining room. I guess if I remove some of these ladders, I can put it down in the sump. Yeah. You people in your weird time zones. I guess I'm just gonna stick this in the sump because there's no better place to put it. Not that the sump is a particularly good place to put it, but it needs to go somewhere. Wait, I can't put it. Oh, it's because overlapping that. Damn it. Okay, we'll put it over here then. That'll still work. Oh. Weird Australian LARPers. Anyway. Need to get this built. Go. Oh, that needs to be backed with drywall too, of course. There. That's a problem, I just realized. Cancel background buildings. Yeah. We only have a little bit of the right kind of rock. No? No, we have enough. Yeah, okay. What was I thinking? There. Barely, but we have enough. I need to figure out how to stop people from going past the stupid thing. I think it's this getting rid of this puffed is the answer. If he stops making oxalate, they won't have a reason to go in this room anymore. Or this side of the room. Which, I mean, oxalate's cool and all, but... we are actually providing local food, finally. Okay. Up to 10 critters in there, and 36 in here. Alright. Bump the priority in this pot a little bit. Getting up to get this puffed prince isn't going to work. They're not going to be able to reach him, I don't think. Yeah, they can't reach him. Guess we're going to have to put in some temporary ladders. I don't want to do that one. I do want to eventually line this room with tile. Like that. I guess this is as good a time as to work on that as any. That should be out of reach of the tree. The tree can only reach to like over here. It can't reach this far. Think you can reach this tile too? Anyway. Go ahead and dig that out a little bit. Wonder if these lights actually work. I know there are light fixtures that do work. Okay, they don't have a power input, so they don't work. I'd have to replace them with working lights if I wanted them to function. Do we even have any lights that are of that styling? Don't think so. No, we'd have to replace them with these. Which would be silly. No real point to it. Okay, now please murder the puffed. There. Our oxalate problems are over. And hey, we get a little bit of free meat. Or we will whenever the puff wakes up and realizes it's dead. Which could be a while. There we go, finally. Okay. Also, I'm going to go ahead and deconstruct some of these wires around it. Because I think they look dumb. But some of the ones that are sticking out from harshly behind it, I'm going to leave alone because those look cool. These automation ribbons can go, though. They look dumb. These over here look cool. These over here look dumb. Yeah. There we go. Make our cyborg tree look a little nicer. And eventually, we'll build a rail and a dump thing up here. We can feed whatever food in we want. Once we actually have overproduction of food available to feed in anyway. That might be a while. Oh, oh. Oh, I forgot to set these to higher priorities to actually get filtration medium delivered. We're also running low on breathable oxygen. Uh-oh. Okay. We might have to start... I just realized we don't have a good source of oxygen here. Like, flat out, we don't have one. Not... Well, I guess we do have these. We might have to dig out this vent. And... 140 degrees? I don't know if this vent does probably the same temperature. We need to do something to get rid of the germs in it. Yeah, with no water source, we definitely can't. I was thinking, oh, we can just do oh, wait, we don't have water. We definitely cannot do an electrolyzer. I think we're going to have to use this polluted oxygen vent, which means we're going to have to deodorize the heck out of it. And it is germy as well, which means we're also going to definitely have to deodorize the heck out of it. Okay. Let's come down at it from this side. Also, it's hot, which is another problem. We're going to want to do... Probably we're going to want to build a cooling loop. And if I'm building a cooling loop, I probably want to combine that with cooling this first tungsten volcano. So I guess the timetable for cooling that tungsten volcano has just gone way up. Let's dig through here. Get access to all this stuff. Let's build a small 2-turbine cooling system. I think a tungsten volcano can be cooled with only 1 turbine. because it's specific heat capacity. Actually, it's specific heat capacity. Oh, wait, that's the abyssalite that it's made out of. Tungsten. There we go. Tungsten specific heat capacity is quite low. 0.07. I can probably do a single turbine. Use some of the output of the turbine to cool the air coming off here. Also cool. I can run that through the same heat exchanger I used to run the tungsten through. And then we can take the now cooled polluted oxygen, dump it in this room. Or dump it in a separate room where we then deodorize the heck out of it. That's going to put a heavy draw on our sand, though. I don't remember how much sand I brought. Was it 40 tons or was it 60 tons? I brought a bunch of sand. We will have to get access to something we can crush into sand. Probably use this to make rock and then crush that for sand later. So using deodorizers, you can make gas storage tanks and coring room. That would work, yes. However, that will still end up with polluted oxygen. So I do need to deodorize it one way or the other. There's no other way of filtering the polluted oxygen and turning it into normal, is there? Don't think so. Actually, we could use a sublimation station over here somewhere and use the polluted dirt from the PACU. How much power does this take? 60 watts. Okay, that's not much at all. Let's use this for now. And then we'll put in a deodorizer over here. Somewhere. Right there is a good spot for one, I guess. I don't know if a deodorizer can run sitting on top of one of those. We'll put a deodorizer up there, actually. Yeah. And then we'll put a mesh tile underneath it. They should be able to reach that to build from the ground. Okay. I should be sorting the polluted dirt out over here and sending it over this way then. Let's build a storage bin that we can store polluted dirt in over here for now. Because one way or another, we are going to have run deodorizers, which is going to require sand, which we don't have an easy access to. We don't have infinite source of sand here, period. Unless we make one. Which I guess we can do that using the balm lily flowers by letting them rot. And then use the rot piles to compost into dirt and turn the dirt into sand using heat. Anyway. This is not going to be a long-term colony for a lot of people because it just isn't going to work. There's no way that'll ever work. It just needs to support people long enough to allow me to cool this whole area down to be able to build around the tungsten volcanoes. Anyway, first we need to get this finished. once this is finished, and this is finished, this is finished. This is probably more important than anything else right now. Okay, set this priority back to 5, because who cares? Alright. Second most important thing. Is this. And then third most important thing is the rest of the crap around here. Okay, you need to be set to 6 because we want to keep you full at all times of sand. There, I want to say there is a way to turn polluted oxygen to normal oxygen, but it would require, without a deodorizer, but it would require liquefying the oxygen. I guess I could build a really fancy counterflow heat exchanger, cooler setup, produce liquid oxygen, and then heat it back up into normal oxygen. But that would be really bulky. It would be very slow. And it would just be kind of ridiculous in general. Okay. See if we can get some more oxygen production going. If I can get... I just don't have very good airflow through the base is the problem. I should put a third filter in. Probably right here, actually. If I put a third gas filter in... and filter out the polluted oxygen and send the polluted oxygen over here and send pure oxygen up. Shit. We can't cross that. Yeah, we can. We just have to be clever about it. There we go. Boom. Okay, and then you will eventually be dumping purified oxygen, something over here beside the tree. I think could be a good, reasonable place to dump it. A high pressure gas vent there. Yeah. We'll dump polluted oxygen over here where we'll hopefully get hit by that deodorizer. Normal oxygen will get dumped up here so it can flow through the base a little better. Okay. We've had one harvest of balm lilies. We went up to 43 seeds from 39. That is 4 seeds out of this farm. That's every 12 days we get 4 seeds. That's not good. We're going to need a much larger balm lily farm. Thankfully, they don't require anything except duplicate labor, which is... if we get a proper farming and slash cook dupe just to work this place, that'll be all we really need. I'd like to leave a dupe here permanently. Which shouldn't cost much resources. We want to dupe the farm and cook and refill the deodorizers is basically what it comes down to. which means we do need a long-term source of sand, but I think we can do that by composting bomb lily flowers. Let's actually build a composter and set that up. Where is the composter even? Don't think it's under base. Is it under refinement? Yes, there it is. Okay, this should hold polluted dirt. And then we just have to make a thing that bakes dirt into sand, which I do want to do for a variety of reasons, but I'll get around to it eventually. That's unreachable. Exciting. Easy way to fix that. That's a very unhappy tree. Don't stand by the damn tree. Move down here. There, now you can build. There, much smarter. Okay. Gas filter. We want to filter out oxygen. Oh, we need to hook to power too. Derp. Not like that. Like that. This is done. Just need to hook it up. We're pumping in a little bit of carbon dioxide. Those are charging up pretty quickly. We can probably get rid of these batteries now, but we'll keep them there because they're not hurting anything. That should give us enough battery power to survive the night with our increased loads. Okay. We want somebody who's really into cooking. And we don't really want Drecklets or poke shells here, so goodbye. We could go to one of the other bases and choose one of those, but I don't really need any poke shells right now. Or Drecklets. Okay. Could dig through into here and let this chlorine out so we can pump it out as well. Additionally, I should mine up as much of this bleach stone as I can. I'm not sure if bleach stone is like oxalite, where it doesn't matter if you mine it up or not. It'll still give the same amount. But I'm going to assume that it is. Okay. Wait. There we go. Said cancel. That was weird. Oh, his cancel is still set to only background buildings. Oops. Oops. All right. This whole area basically down here needs to be dug out because this is where the big cooling area is going to go for the magma. Whether or not we get to that today or not is completely a separate question. It is starting to look like the answer to that is probably no. Okay. Is there an easy way to automatically mark? Palm lily flowers for composting? Apparently not. Okay. Well. Oh, bots. Go away, bots. Nobody likes you. You've been banned. And you've been banned. There. See ya. I'd say don't let the road hit you in the ass, but they're bots. They don't have asses. Eventually, I need to build a bigger bomb lily farm over here. That's just the way things are, because we're not getting anywhere near enough seeds out of our current farm. We have plenty of time, I think. On our algae supply. I'd like to forbid this from using polluted dirt, but I'm not sure if it's even possible. So composting bomb lilies into polluted dirt and using that to make oxygen seems like it might actually be a bad idea. And I don't think the bomb lilies will rot on their own. This might actually be a problem. Let me check something. Scalding? Who's scalding? Dread is scalding, that's why. Why is it 800 degrees down here? That makes no sense. That's weird. Here, get your ass over there and get healed up. Oh, because for some bizarre reason there's a few tiles of 2500 degree abyssalite. Okay, well that's not going to stay hot for long, because abyssalite is very bad at exchanging its temperature with anything. Well, that's kind of a problem, though. Hypothermia. This colony here is actually a lot less self-sufficient than even the other one in some ways. Because it receives daily shipments of resources from the main area. Keep it going. Admittedly, it's got a lot more going on than the main colony. Or than the other new colony. Where all does this receive in shipments anymore? We're sending over daily sand, aluminum. Are we still sending aluminum? I probably should change that. That place produces aluminum. It doesn't need more. I mean, it did for a while, but it doesn't now. And phosphorite. The phosphorite is for... let's set up an interplanetary launcher. I could. I think I might even have the research for that. There's a targeting beacon. There, interplanetary launcher. It actually doesn't even cost that much. I could set this up to launch some stuff. I'm guessing we can't launch through solar panels. And that would allow me to get things between planets. But it is not... What's this thing use? Radbolt input port. Does it transport radbolts, or does it you require radbolts? Because it does say auto output radbolt storage. Let me look at this thing. Interplanetary launcher. There we go. Does it actually give any useful information at all? No, it does not. Okay, well, we need to mine this or it's never going to get done. It has cooled down a lot over here, though. That's good news, I suppose. It just takes rad bolts. Yeah, we don't have an easy access to rad bolts here. I think space radiation... it's not too low. And it's also not amazing either. I probably should build a little bit of plastic tile across the top here to help block some of these rads. But it's not too irradiated inside. But that would be even more power. This would be the only source of radiation we have locally. As long as I don't need to move much stuff or very often, I can just keep loading it up on the rocket and sending that back and forth. It's easier and cheaper. Well, not easier, but cheaper. I don't have very many Wheezeworts, and they're all being used for important things. Although, actually not so important anymore. Most of the Wheezeworts are being used over here for germ killing, which actually works really well. I don't know if it would work better than chlorine, but it's a little easier than chlorine. I do have plenty of chlorine access here, so probably should change it to chlorinated instead of irradiated. Also, what in the world is... Oh, I see. Something hot must have got dumped over here. Carbon dioxide and chlorine I get dumped here. That makes no sense. Maybe the betas dug it all out. I think this is my ice dump right here. Yeah. That doesn't explain it. Oh well. Not a problem. Anyway, most of the Wheezeworts are here, and the few Wheezeworts that aren't there were being used for clearing germs out of polluted water pools and things like that. I think I might have one or two other Wheezewort seeds. The source of rad bolts for my science is a couple of wild Wheezeworts, actually. I do have plenty of wild Wheezeworts around, but I want to leave them there because I want to keep this cold. They're actually doing an okay job in this area. That biome's staying cold. This biome is right on the edge of failure in some spots. And the Wheezeworts are all that's keeping it. Although I could and probably should get this thermal nullifier running. So at some point I want to start properly freezing food instead of just keeping it in refrigerators in a carbon dioxide room. And this thermal nullifier would be the easiest and closest way to set up a freezer. I just need to start this electrolyzer running again, and instead of burning off its hydrogen here, burn it off in here. But those are problems for future Milo. So this is that max gas pressure. How are we doing? It's not the button I wanted. Okay, we are improving our oxygen supply a lot now that we're dumping it up here instead of dumping it down here. Okay, cooking, doctoring, suit wearing, you're not useful or interesting. Rocketry digging, tidying, not really. Decorating. Nope, how much more useless could you be? He is electrical engineer. I don't really want slicksters right now. Actually, this place is almost hot enough that we could probably run slicksters as our anti-carbon dioxide solution. Nah, not worth it. Okay. The chlorine room is starting to get pretty pressurized. What's the max emit? 20 kilos. Okay, we can still pump a lot more into here. But I should start thinking about building a larger bomb lily farm, because we're going to need it as soon as we start running out of algae. Is that actually the next thing to work on, though? We're still supplying everybody off-gassing polluted water, which is not ideal. I would really like to get this going. Which means I'd also like to get this tungsten volcano going, because it's going to be the best. Okay. What do you think about this? Where am I going to put the steam turbine? I want the steam turbine as close to the volcano as I can get. Unfortunately, the PACU tank is right in the way, because I didn't think about it when I was building the PACU tank. I don't want to put the steam turbine over here, because this area is where this can be filled with steam turbines for cooling the magma. And I don't want to build that mess yet. So basically, I want to have the edge of this setup being right here with the edge of the PACU tank. This side is going to be for magma cooling. This side can be for whatever. So nothing happens down here. Which means that the closest place I can easily put in a steam turbine is going to be right about there. Boom. Okay. Now. Insulation tiles underneath it. Okay. So we're going to need... This isn't going to work like that at all. We'll have to move this over to make more room so we can have room to get stuff up and down through here. Get rid of that pinch of pepper plant. It is in the way. So this is going to have to be dug out. I want 2 tiles between these two to help keep the heat in. As much as possible. The steam box only has to be 2 tiles tall. grab that steam turbine again. So I can put him right here, or I could put it over here. I think one turbine would be enough, but we should plan for two just in case it doesn't. Okay, the problem is we're not easily going to be able to get from over here to over here anymore. So we're gonna have to open up a passage over here, which is not a problem. It's just something that has to be done. That'll build there. We dig this out. Okay. Eventually we'll build an insulated wall here. Boom. Fill this with water. Steam. Put a auto sweeper probably goes here. We'll put the aqua tuner probably down in this corner. Maybe. Actually, probably not because it'd be hard to wear, so we'll put it over here. We'll dump steam engine water over here above the volcano. Heat exchanger. We'll build this into its own little box, which it kind of already is, but we'll, make it formal. Put a pump in here with it. Pump 140 degree oxygen out. We'll run the oxygen through the exact same heat exchanger as we run the tungsten. And then we'll dump cold oxygen and cold tungsten up here. Yeah. Okay. For now, we'll cancel those two so we can have access to in here. Dig this out. I'll accept this tile, which is what's going to block it from erupting. We will put in a ladder. There. Okay. Additionally, I'm going to put in insulation here. We'll dig out the turbine room. Let's go ahead and put another ladder in right up against the map edge. Yeah. Dig that. Okay. That will do just fine. There's very little chlorine over here. 7 grams. Looks like if we dug out most of the bleached stone over here, we would have almost all the bleached stone on the map cleared. There's a little pocket right there we can deal with easily enough. Oops. There we go. Is that the last of the bleach stone on the map? Oh, there's a little pocket of chlorine here too. 900 and some grams. We'll leave that alone for now. There's no point digging down there just yet. We'll get around to it eventually. Okay, so if we can clear up all this crap, Order the bomb lily flowers composted. I wish I had realized that bomb lily didn't rot on its own. That would have made things a little easier. I'm gonna check something quick. Oh, let's see. Okay. We can compost them manually. Of course. Or I guess we could feed them into Drecos. I think. I think it's Drecos that eat them. Let's go find a Dreco and find out. Maybe I should have started Dreco ranching instead of Pacu ranching. There's a Dreco. What do you eat? Venture pepper plants and bomb lily. Okay. That produces phosphorite. What would I even do with phosphorite? I don't actually know. Phosphorite can be used to make medical packs, which honestly, who cares? What does it melt into? Melts into phosphorus. And phosphorus turns into refined phosphorus when it goes solid. Which is interesting. Is it actually good for anything? It can be fed to certain kind of bugs, which doesn't seem useful. Okay. Yeah. Phosphorite doesn't actually seem useful at all. We could make fertilizer with it, and I think fertilizer can be made into dirt. But then we would be using polluted water, which doesn't seem like a good idea. Yeah. We can cook fertilizer to make dirt. But that uses up water. No thanks. I guess the only solution is to just keep collecting bomb lily flowers in a container and periodically ordering them composted. Manual steps. Yay. Not really a huge problem. Just something I have to remember to do occasionally. Okay. Gas filtering continues. Suffocating, uh-oh. Red, you fool. No, stop that. Move over here. Oh, shit. That's not gonna work. Deconstruct this. Priority 9. These are priority 5. Ignore those jobs. Go. Oxygen. Run. There we go. That was close. Okay. We cannot close this up because we can't get over top of this volcano yet. Also, this is going to take forever to do this job unless we get suit docks going. Originally, I was going to put suit docks in here, but that just didn't happen. It will have to happen eventually, though. Put suit docks somewhere. Maybe not there. In any case, let's keep pumping the chlorine out of here. Eventually, we're going to want that chlorine in this area. I don't have to figure out what I want to do with these stupid puffs. Oh well. I wish there was a way to order the composter not to compost polluted dirt, though. Yeah, oh well. Okay, these are growing. Pinch of pepper plants. What do these eat again? They need phosphorite fertilizer. We can get phosphorite pretty easily if we have to. And they require irrigation, which we definitely cannot get. This map would be so much easier if there was any source of water on it. That isn't just the toilets. Because we definitely don't have enough duplicants to produce much water from the toilets. We can barely keep a thimbleweed sort of kind of occasionally irrigated. Speaking of which, thimbleweed is too hot. We're going to have to start cooling our base some, I think. Oh yeah. This part of the base is way too hot. This part of the base is almost too hot. Wow. This part of the base is about right, actually. This part is sort of okay. This part is too hot. Cooling. What can I do to cool base? I think we're gonna have to pull some cooling off of this loop that we're building right now. Currently, we are going to have an issue with our toilets backing up soon. That's not good. That's very not good indeed. Let's go ahead, dump some of our extra water in there for now. I have to make a few modifications to this system. Okay. We don't want to connect that to there right now. Yeah, actually, that wouldn't hurt anything. Okay. And then snip that. Okay, snip that. Connect to that. Okay, now we need to get this built quickly. We can dump excess water in there. And this needs to be built similarly quickly. Oh. There. Okay. That'll pull water off the overflow. Need to snip this line right here. And we can feed that water back into the system. And I don't want purified water going out into that particular dump if I can avoid it. We've got a little bit there already, but I'd rather not getting any more. We might have to though. Otherwise we're gonna have it circulating past this stupid thing and we don't want that. Actually. Let's get really clever here. Boom. 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 Okay. Introduce a little bit of separation. I have made a mistake already. Okay, that went the right direction. Now, snip. Connect. Connect. And snip. No. Snip. Damn it. Okay. I need to solve the problem with the Thimbleweed. I don't think I have any ice around here. Which would be the ideal solution for cooling this area off. Failing ice, I just really kind of need to do another plant that can survive in these much hotter temperatures. Okay, let's tear down this battery. So where did this come from? We've got plenty of batteries over here. We don't need this particular one. So we'll remove this battery. And then we will install a second plant. But not a Thimbleweed. I'll see if I can figure out something that can go in here. Probably a bog bucket, but we don't have any seeds for that. Do I have any seeds for anything useful? No, thimbleweed's the only thing. Damn it. Okay, so that's not going to happen. We need to cool this down. That's just the only solution. We just need to cool this down. And the only way to cool it down is a steam engine. The only way to get a steam engine in here is to get dupes down there and fix it. If I had a Wheezewort seed here, that would work as well, but I don't. It's not going to be easy to get one. We can get some Paku, or we can get 3 useless people. Paku are food. I shall order their immediate ruthless murder. Or we could just let them flout themselves to death. Either way is fine. Okay. A little bit of water has been used. That did not drain as much out of the system as I would have liked. Go ahead and snip that line. Okay. I need to get that fresh water out of this line. I know an easy way to do that. Depipe. And I don't have somebody with that skill in this colony. Survey. Congratulations. That task. Deconstruct that pipe. And we're right back to the problem of too much overflow. On the plus side, I could move the overflow to the clean water side of things. If I did that, it wouldn't even be that hard. If I put in a clean water overflow, then we could just dump clean water in a tank somewhere. Sounds like they're killing Paku. Free meat. I don't have a clean water tank, though. We are going to need... Oh, yeah. We're going to need to dump a bunch of water in here for steam. Also, where'd all that hydrogen come from? Must have been a hydrogen pocket that swelled up to fill the... Okay. Don't really know if I want pump hydrogen in my base. Just saying. We've got most of the chlorine out. There's still a few grams here and there. We're up to about 3 kilos of tile of chlorine in here. Plus 700 and some kilos of bleach stone. How are we doing on oxygen? Much better. Okay, good. Okay, we need to get that steam turbine down so we can get a cooling loop going. I'm still not quite sure if I want to do 2 steam turbines or 1. Might check something. Tungsten volcano. Okay. A lot of people in that thread are saying 2. We'll just do the same kind of same 2 turbine tamer I've been using for everything up to now. There's no real reason not to. Worst case, we'll waste a little bit of steel. Oh no, how terrible. Okay. I do want access to the interior of this, which means I'm going to need a liquid lock, but I can't just do a normal liquid lock with water, because that'll never work. So we're gonna have to do a naphtha liquid lock, and I don't think I have any easy way to make naphtha on this asteroid at the moment. I can make a way to make naphtha. But it doesn't matter because I don't have suits anyway, so we don't want to let people in here right now. I mean, I do have suits, I just don't have suit docks set up. I suppose if a time comes in the future where I need to get in, I can always go ahead and build an naphtha airlock. Just to make naphtha, we would want to dig down to like here. And then place plastic temp shift plates and then pump the result out. Or we could do it over here for that matter. Dig out like 1 tile here, we could probably do it just fine. Oh, anyway. Yeah, we don't need it. What we are going to need... how do I want to do this? We'll dump the water over there. Why am I using normal liquid pipe? That's stupid. This is a case where we definitely want to use insulated pipe. Okay. I want to cool these using conduction panels. Which means I'm going to actually run the water returns like this. And and not the way I was originally thinking about doing it. Okay. So that's the water return. Now, we need to install an aqua tuner. I'm going to put the aqua tuner over here. Right there, I think, would be a good spot for it. Yes. And then we will do that. Conduction panels. We don't need to use conduction panels for this because it's probably not going to be a vacuum. But I want to. Because they're guaranteed reliable. Okay, this is the output. But we'll run this like that. Because there's the overflow. Okay. The return loop will run... let's wire this up first. Okay. And then this needs to go to the aqua tuner first, then to the overflow, or the bypass, what do you want to call it. We'll run this through the walls of the heat box. Yeah, we're not going to have any heat exchangers or anything inside here, maybe with liquid, so that's fine. We need a thermal sensor right there. Nowhere else will work. And it'll be hooked up. We're going to be using a lot of our liquid in here for running cooling loops. Okay. If that's all we cared about, we would be basically done at the year. Are conductive plates better than radiant pipes? Yes and no. It depends exactly on the circumstances. Radiant pipes running behind the steam turbine in like a normal atmosphere, or especially if you have a bit of liquid behind the steam turbine, is way better than a conduction plate. However, the conduction plate allows you to do cool things like this, where this is a vacuum and there is no liquid behind the turbines. And instead you just have a pair of conduction plates against the back of the turbine. This will keep the turbine nice and cool, depending on how cold your water is anyway. With no need for any messing about with liquids or no atmosphere, so you can keep everything perfectly insulated using a vacuum. I just really like the conduction plates for that. Same deal over here. This area is the area around the turbines is a vacuum, and there's just 2 conduction plates per turbine to keep it nice and chilly. The thing I'm planning right now is going to have an atmosphere around it because I don't want to bother pumping it down. But I'm still going to use the conduction plates because that way if I ever do pump it down, it'll continue to work without me having to make any modifications to it. Over here, I have a build where I have a little bit of crude oil in front of the turbines, and I just run radiant pipes. And that does just fine, possibly even a little bit better. And I think this build down here is just atmosphere. Yeah. This one's just atmosphere with pipes behind it, and that works fine as well. The pipe method is simpler. I think it's actually more expensive, though, in refined metal. It depends on how many pipes you put behind it. No, it's probably costs about the same, actually. If you do pipes across the whole back of the machine, it is a tiny little bit more expensive. Because it's 250 versus 200 refined metal. I don't know when they added conduction plates, but apparently they're fairly new. But anyway, they're extremely cool. I use them a couple places where I wouldn't be able to use anything else reasonably. For example, here I have one that I use to cool a closed vacuum power transformer. Really, I should put this power transformer somewhere down here and just run a wire, but it was easier to do it this way, so laziness won out. And since I'm pumping water past there anyway. Yeah. Worse than Radiant plus Helium Atmo, but better than with worse surrounding gas? Maybe. I don't actually know. I never actually worked it out. I just know it keeps it cool, and so that works. For a steam turbine, one radiant plate isn't enough, though. Well, it depends on how hot the turbine is. It's almost enough. If the turbine isn't running at full capacity, like these turbines here, one is probably plenty for these. For these, they ran for a long time with only one. These actually ran for quite a while with only one as well, but then eventually they started overheating, and so I had to replace them with two. And when I replaced these with two, I went ahead and replaced all the rest with two as well, just to make sure everything was reliable. But this steam is... Actually, it's pretty cool right now. It's 430 degrees. For a while, it was 460 degrees, which is too hot. Never played this game. Is it a complicated game to get into? Kind of. But also kind of not. It has a great deal of depth. It can get as complicated as you want it to. But if you're just looking to set something up and survive, you can do that fairly easily. Like, my little settlement here is probably on the more complicated side of things. Just because I designed it that way from the start. But the simple problems of keep enough oxygen, keep enough food, that kind of stuff, you can go for a long time without doing anything complicated or fancy. So you can kind of get into the complexity a little bit at a time and learn it slowly. It's not, as long as you're playing on the default difficulty. I'm assuming the higher difficulty levels are probably harder. But as long as you're playing on the default difficulty, it doesn't really force you to get complicated until you want to. But when you want to get complicated, oh boy. I hope you like fluid dynamics and temperature. That's pretty much what this game is a pretty cool, complicated enough, but not too complicated to understand. Fluid dynamics and temperature simulator. With some little idiots running around that you kind of got to keep alive. This game's really fun. I really quite like it. It's been my weekend game now for, oh, I'm not sure how long. A while. Let's see, the previous weekend game was... Don't remember. There was a couple weeks of Anno. Yeah, Anno was the previous week. Anno 1700. 1701, I mean, was the previous weekend game. And then there was like 2, maybe 3 of 1800 before that. I can't remember what was before that, because the Anno one hardly counted. It didn't last very long. Don't remember. Anyway. It's like $8 right now. Yeah, that's... Pick it up for that price. Pick it up for a lot more than that, but definitely pick it up for that price. The DLC... I think... Well, okay, without the DLC, I think you're limited to a single planet. But it's larger than normal. Come on, finish saving. There we go. So, like, this asteroid right here is actually smaller than I remember the map being. Before I got the DLC. But I'm not sure if that's just my memory playing tricks on me. Also has a lot less variation than I remember the map having. But then that's probably wrong. The DLC then adds loads of little tiny planetoids that you can build little bases on. There's the huge main planet, which huge. It's a little smaller with the DLC. And then you get a second large-ish secondary planet that has teleporters linking it to the main planet, so you don't have to bother with rockets or anything. And then you get piles and piles of tiny little planetoids that have basically nothing on them. But you have to go to them for like rare resources and stuff. Like I'm here at this place to get these tungsten volcanoes tamed because I want tungsten. I would get the DLC simply because the rockets are cool. There are rockets in vanilla, but they are much, not vanilla, but there's rockets in the non-DLC game. But I understand they're a lot cruder. Like in the DLC, rockets actually have interiors that you can build little bases in. Which is good or bad depending on how you look at it. Trying to set up a base inside a rocket that can support a duplicate or two happily for relatively long periods of time can be complicated. This rocket's probably overkill. This one can support one duplicate in the lap of luxury for hundreds of cycles. Well, actually, I don't think hundreds of cycles. The limit would be the water supply. So it'd be like 4, 8, 16, 32, probably at least 50, 60 cycles. But anyway, this rocket's way overcomplicated for what it is. This one's the same thing, but designed to hold 2 duplicates for a little longer. Whereas if I understand it correctly, without the DLC, you put a duplicate in a rocket and it just goes inside and disappears and no longer has any needs or anything. And instead of having a star map like this, there's just a kind of a vertical list of destinations at different distances, and you build better rockets to get there. Collect resources that you can collect from space. I've never actually gotten that far in vanilla though, so I keep calling it vanilla. This is vanilla too, it's just DLC. Vanilla no ship single planetoids, basic exploration is much more passive. You only select destination and launch, yeah. There's a very high probability your first colony dies of suffocation or starving. Possibly. You do need to pay attention to your oxygen. Like right now it's a little bit low in some of the extremities of this base. That's because it's all being pumped in from right here. Also, this place is getting its oxygen a bit weirdly. I'm not actually generating any oxygen. It's all coming off from off-gassing on the polluted water, which isn't ideal. Whereas, like this place, all of its oxygen is coming from a electrolyzer setup up here, return water into oxygen and hydrogen. And then the hydrogen's burned in this anti-entropy thermal nullifier to turn it into cold, which is used to cool the oxygen that's coming out. So we get nice chilly negative 22 degree oxygen pumping into the base, which is what keeps the base temperature under control. Actually, it's a little chilly in the base. Okay, that's probably fine. Anyway. Back over here where we actually have things that need to be done. Namely, continuing to work on this cooling system. I need to run... Okay, if all I wanted to do was cool this volcano off, we'd be done. Almost. Just like connect that pipe to this pipe, cooling loop finished. But I need to cool my base off. It's getting too hot. I don't need to cool it much, but I need to cool it a little. Also, I would like to cool off this battery box before it gets too hot. It's already pretty warm. So, I'm going to use these two turbines to cool the whole base. Do that. I think I might utilize some of these existing pipes, but we'll run one insulated pipe up this way. Okay. Oops. No, don't do that. Boom. Go ahead and deconstruct some of these outdated pipes that are no longer going to be used for anything. Okay, I do want to run some standard non-insulated liquid pipe through here. Whoops. We cool this off. I could use radiant pipe, but there's no point. So we're just going to use standard pipe. Then we'll take more insulated pipe. And we'll run that over here. And then... Oh, we'll run a little bit of standard non-insulated liquid pipe down through here. Actually, let's make some slight modifications. Let's go ahead and empty water out of that pipe for now. Yes. Okay. And then we'll use this pipe as part of the cooling loop. Down to here. So below this point, we will deconstruct this pipe just to get this mess cleaned up. We'll leave a little bit of pipe over here. Actually, let's go ahead and leave a lot of bit of pipe over there. Yeah. And then we will return... Are we out of rock? Really? No. Yes, we are out of rock. Oh, wow. Oh, we might have to send a rocket back just to get more building materials. Okay. That's not really a problem, but okay. Why jumbos rather than smarts? Because jumbos hold more. That's about all. They do lose power over time. I think the smarts also lose power over time, but I'm not actually sure of that. Let me check. Yeah, power leak. It's a lot less power over time, but I don't really care if they lose power over time because solar panels. And there's no reason to use the smarts as far as controlling anything, so I just slap down some jumbos because they hold twice as much in the same amount of space. They do leak more power, but not really a problem. Well, it's not really a problem here. That's not to say it wouldn't be a problem in another base somewhere else. Yeah. This has turned into a grab bag of pipes. Granite. No thanks. Looks like we ran out of igneous rock right about there. Okay, we'll cancel all that pipe, and we'll just have to remember that route for future. Meanwhile, I'm going to send survey back. Yes. Unfortunately, we can't. I mean, we could send Dread along too, but I want to leave Dread behind to build for a bit. Okay, Dread is no longer selected as crew somehow. Let's load survey up. Set the destination is back home. I would suggest you get out from underneath the rocket, Dread. It is not fully fueled. That's fine. Because it will be fueled at its destination. Alright. Got a little bit of free water there. Go ahead and deconstruct that just because. Survey will zip off to back home. How much? Actually, I should have checked this before I left. Okay, we do have 14,000 calories. That'll be enough to last until survey gets back, and then some. Okay. How long is the trip going to take? 2.2 cycles. So Dread's got about 5 cycles. Yeah, we have more than enough food. As long as it doesn't all rot, of course. It looks like it'll be fine. Okay. I really need to do something about the lack of oxygen down here. Oh well. We'll bring back as much rock as I can arrange. Which probably is only going to be 60 tons because... Okay, good. I just had a sudden, Oh, I wonder if I made that aqua tuner out of steel. Moment. I did. Okay. Because that has to be steel. Otherwise we'll have trouble. Tungsten's going to come out of there at 6,000 degrees. We need to... Anything we can do to keep the temperature down in here, the better. And even then, it's still going to get hot. We're going to dump a lot of water into this. It'll have a lot of thermal mass. That's probably the only way we're going to be able to keep it under control. Okay. This broke probably because of the hot steam from the rocket. That's unfortunate. We should have plenty of glass on though, locally available to repair it though. Go ahead and order this to be filled though, so it'll be filled as soon as it docks. There is a little bit of plastic on board. I thought I ordered all that dumped off. Oh well. I have a kind of cool system I built here for these things. These are automated. And hopefully this time it'll work. It's never successfully worked, but I tweak it a little every time it fails. And hopefully I finally got it to the point that it will now work. It's a matter of timings being wrong is the problem. The last time it almost worked, so I added 5 more seconds to the timings, and hopefully that'll work. Basically what's supposed to happen is the rocket's supposed to come down and land, and then the gantries automatically extend as soon as it's safely down. The problem is the gantries are extending as it is coming down. But I think I got the timings right now. And then when I want to launch the rocket, once everything is okay, the checklist is passed and all that, I can flip the switch and it will automatically launch. Only when the check down is, well, no, check down. Only when the checklist is finished. If there's anything missing on the checklist, I can flip the switch all day and nothing will happen. The circuit actually isn't too complicated for this. Basically all it does is, if the rocket is ready for flight and the switch is on, then order the rocket to launch and order the gantries to retract. Although it waits, it's got a little delay here, that it waits a little bit between when it orders the gantry to launch and when it orders the rocket to launch, or orders gantries retracted. The gantries have time to get back before it launches. And then it's got a circuit here to keep the gantry retracted until it detects the rocket coming back. And then it's got some time delay to make sure the rocket is down and safe before it orders the gantries back out. That way, I used to have a switch that I just used to retract the gantries, and then I would order it to launch. I kept forgetting to retract the gantries. Or I'd forget to bring them back out when the rocket landed. Technically, you don't need to have the gantries extended for somebody to get off the rocket. But you do need to have them extended to reach the upper parts of the rocket to work on it. Do construction jobs and stuff. But anyway. Gantries are pretty much... You can do everything you need to do with gantries with ladders if you want, I think. But the gantries are much cooler, so... This circuit is my attempt to not spend so much on steel repairing them every time they land. But I would forget to retract them or forget to extend them. Or worse, I would forget to retract them. They would get roasted when the rocket took off, and then they'd get repaired, and then I'd forget to retract them. And then they'd get roasted when they landed. Get it coming and going. This basic system here is what we're planning to build around the tungsten volcano. With a few location-based wrinkles, like the volcanoes can be over here instead of down here, and a few things like that. But this is the basic plan. And the way this works is actually really cool. We have an auto sweeper here that picks up the aluminum that drops out of this volcano and puts it into this conveyor loader. And that conveyor loader then feeds a conveyor meter. And the conveyor meter outputs it in small packets. So normally it would just leave in 20 kilo packets. With the conveyor meter, the way it's set up, it outputs it in 2 kilo packets. And those packets go up and down through this conveyor rail, transferring their heat to the background steam. And they enter this metal box down here, where they transfer even more heat to the metal tile, which is quite chilly. And it comes out as nice cold aluminum and goes up, be dumped into a pile. This metal box is kept cold with this aqua tuner. The aqua tuner also cools the turbines. Survey is scalding. Yay, we didn't lose the gantries. Okay. Everybody is taking care of the interior of this rocket right now. As soon as it's filled back up, as soon as these suits are hauled, I'm going to set this to have a grounded restriction so everybody goes outside. We'll probably have survey stay here a day or two. While everything's being taken care of. Rocket's already reloaded, I think. Yes, it is. Nice. Okay. These steam rocket engines make things really easy. The hard part is generating steam, but actually that's not quite as hard as... Well, depends on how you're doing it, I guess. So they've loaded up, they've refilled the berry sludge, they're refilling the rock storages. Eventually they get around to refilling this. The water should have refilled. It did. The water's hooked up to a pipe here, so it refills whenever it lands. We don't have a system to automatically drain any gases that may be waiting to eject, because those will eject as soon as it takes off. It's not going to sit on the ground a long time here with people living inside of it. Like it was over at the other place. Speaking of which, it looks like we have a new printable. Cooking, suit wearing, bottomless stomach. No, thank you. We could take Paku. Sure, we'll take Paku. Free food. Go ahead and issue a murder order. Looks like things are getting built fairly quickly here. Aluminum steam turbines, aluminum conduction panels. How much aluminum do we still have here? I might want to load some. Okay, let's show steel, let's show glass, let's show plastic. Those are all imported materials. And let's show aluminum. Okay, we have 20 some tons of aluminum. I think we brought like 40 tons. We still have 9 tons of steel out of how much we brought. We might want to bring more of that. Okay, power. This is actually going to be annoying. I just realized. What are we going to do for the power connection to this? I guess we're going to have to just... We'll do it this way. We'll do a pair of dual transformers. Boom. Conductive wire. Like that. And then we'll do heavy watt conductive wire. There. Then we'll probably do another pair of dual transformers. And hook that into the main grid. Or something. Or... Yeah, no, we're not going to do it that way. Actually. Well, it depends on how reliable this is with producing heat. The problem is it's not going to produce heat full time, so we're probably going to have to provide some external power to run this. We're probably going to need to do another transformer to inject external power when the steam turbines aren't running. Well, that's a problem for future Milo. For now, let's do this. Yeah. Okay, that wasn't a good warning. It was a suffocation warning for Dread. But he made it out in time easily. Okay. We're gonna have to set up something to deal with that. We need to get suits or something down here. Because by the time he makes it over to here, he can maybe build one thing before he has to book it out. Yeah, that's not acceptable. I think I've got all the chlorine out of here now. There's a few little tiny patches of it. So now it's just hydrogen and wisps of polluted oxygen. There's no real point in running this thing straight time anymore. Let's go ahead and shut it off for now. That should let the atmosphere down here thicken. Also, let's go ahead and remove the airlock because there's no reason to keep it locked up anymore. I mean, there are reasons, but namely not letting this hydrogen escape up into here. But worst case, we'll just have a little bit of hydrogen floating around up here anyway. Yeah, we already do. Okay. This pump will get it all. do have a little bit of oxygen over here. I'm not sure how much oxygen they need before they're able to gasp for breath like that. Apparently not very much. Oh well. Eventually we're going to open this up and it's going to be spewing slime lung everywhere. I assume slime lung. I doubt it would be food poisoning. So we're going to have to put in a deodorizer or 3 and just let it make absolutely sure no polluted oxygen is getting out of this area. We're going to have to dig a wider channel up through here to let the oxygen flow up. But first I want to cool it. Let's go find out if this thing is ready to go yet. It is kind of. I would like to load a second round of rock on it. The problem is I don't think I can. Because even if I turn this off and dump rock on the ground, they're not going to bring rock from outside. They'll come grab this rock and load it. If I wanted to do that, I would want to build a duplicate inaccessible storage location. Like dump it behind a door or something. Which I could do, but not without rebuilding large chunks of this rocket. For now, we'll just have to be happy with 60 tons of rock. That should be plenty, actually. Okay, so it looks like this thing is ready to go. It's in the morning. I think it's time to load survey up and get out of here. Crew on board. Let's change usage restrictions to none. There are no spacesuits on board right now. Survey will bring one with him. Okay. Unequip suit. Change destination. Send it over here. Okay. All crews on board. Flight list checklist is completed. Let's use the fancy automated system and launch. And there we go. Now in 2.2 cycles, Survey will be back to join Dread, where he can complain about suffocating as well. Yay. I could have sent somebody else along with Survey. I would have to rearrange the bedroom though if I did that. Because currently the only reason this bedroom works is because the middle cot is empty. It is set up for 3 people here, but I would need to move Dread somewhere else because he's a loud sleeper if I did that. Yeah. Does this have... Does not have any filtration medium. 30 tons of sand. We're probably okay on that for a while. We don't need more. I think. Yeah. I need to build suit docks somewhere. Problem is I don't have room. I could fit the suit docks down here without too much trouble. I'd have to delete some stuff to make room for it, but that's fine. I'd need to do that anyway to make room for the future cooling area that's going to go in here. But I don't really have room to build the infrastructure required to support suits. So you have slime lung. Yes, we've got slime lung wandering around down here. Oh, that's great. Oh well. Not much you can do about that at the moment. Fortunately. I need to get these things running. Keeping the deodorizers running. Very important. Almost as important as keeping the water sieve running. That already has max priority, okay. This is going to run into problems soon. Okay. Let's get this thing repaired. Just in time for the rocket to come back and roast it again, probably. But oh well, let's get it repaired. Okay. I can't hook the main power grid into the Aquatuner power grid, because if I do that, I'm going to end up with, oh, let's see, cooking with super duper hard digging, but flatulent. Flatulent would mean I have to handle natural gas. I don't want to do that. And the others are noodle arms and anemic, so they're immediately out anyway. We'll take the bomb lily seed. Not that it's particularly useful, but oh well. What was I saying? Don't remember what I was saying. That's dumb. Oh, yeah. I can't connect the Aquatuner grid to the main grid directly, because it'll draw too much power from the main grid. The steam turbines at peak would produce enough to run the Aquatuner full blast. However, that's not going to suffice for all the time. So I think at this point I might want to split the solar panel grid and the main grid. Remove this last battery and put in a transformer to limit how much power can go into the main grid at any given point, and then connect the solar panel grid directly to the steam turbines. by running heavy watt wire right up through here. And then replace the current inductive wire that connects all these together with heavy watt. Also, apparently it's a little more efficient if you overlap the solar panels slightly. Or at least it used to be. I'm actually going to go ahead and watch these through one cycle, see if they actually max out. Because apparently it used to be the solar panel would max out during the middle of the day. Or I shouldn't say it used to be. Because it might still be. But apparently it would max out during the middle of the day, and so it was more efficient to overlap them slightly so they wouldn't quite max out. It is getting close to maxing out. It looks like a single transformer would be enough to run the main grid. But I only see brief flashes over 1,000 watts. And so if I did a transformer and then a downstream battery, that would handle, the transformer would run at full capacity most of the time and the battery would only very occasionally be used. I know downstream batteries mostly defeats the purpose of transformers, and so it'd probably be smarter just to put 2 transformers instead of one of each. What kind of asteroid is this? Whatever it is, the solar panels don't quite max out, so it's not worth overlapping them. But it is whatever this thing is. It's got marsh, jungle, and magma biomes. Maybe a jungle biome? I'm not sure. Marshy asteroid, apparently. Yeah, marshy asteroid. And succeeded in roasting this other solar panel. Way to go. Okay, we have rock again. Yay, yay, we have rock again. Sweep that stuff, sweep that stuff. Let's get it out of here. Alright, and set this back to... we don't want to set restricted ground because I don't want to do that, that's why. What I do want to do is reassign survey his table. Okay, that's now survey's table and his bed, so he doesn't go sleep up there anymore. I still want to be able to access food out of here because I'm not entirely confident in the ability to supply food here yet. We do have a few thousand calories of Pacu fillets laying on the ground here. I would like to get rid of this polluted oxygen. Thank you very much. Okay. Remove the second battery. Put 2... I call it's in there. Replace one of these tiles with a joint plate. Run heavy watt. Run heavy watt. Joint plate here. Heavy watt. Boom. We'll have a new power spine for the generators. Technically, I probably don't need it. Because the way power works is weird. Anyway. But now that survey is back, we can go ahead and start laying out the pipe. Boom. Normal pipe over to here. Boom. Normal pipe will run there. Normal pipe down to here. Insulated. Insulated pipe. And there's the return pipe. Now, we run normal pipe across there. Normal pipe to there, normal pipe to there. Yep. Deconstruct. There's no easy way to cancel emptying, so we'll just cancel all that and we'll order it deconstructed. Okay. This whole thing needs to be filled with polluted water. That'll cool the batteries. That'll cool the main core of the base, which will cool hopefully this enough to get this stupid thing running so we can get overflow going again. Now, we're going to want to modify some things a little bit because we're going to want a reservoir over here. Okay. So this is the return line. It doesn't matter which of these is return line because there's no bridges on it. Congratulations, you're elected. Okay. So this cools the turbines, goes into, actually shoot, we don't want that way. Okay. Boom. Nope. Okay. We want this to pull straight out of there. So the light generated in this asteroid, you need 5 tiles minimum exposed light generating max power from them because they can't reach max normally. And if you cover 1 tile, you maximize being able to increase number of solar panels available to generate power. How many tiles do these things have again? I think it's like 6 or something. No, it's 7. I don't know, I didn't see it reach max power during the day. It never actually quite reached 380 watts. I don't know. Doesn't matter anyway. Okay, so this pulls out of the tank the cold water, then goes straight out to the system. Boom. Make a few light modifications here. Okay. Snip. Okay. This should actually be exactly what we want. Warm water starting from the tank goes here, through there, through here, through this, which turns on above 25, exactly how it should be. Through that, into here, past the steam turbines, out through here, straight up. Boom. Cool, cool. Forgot to hook this up. Not cool. Okay, now it's cool. Runs through here, comes back into the tank. Okay. That's the cooling loop completed. Or completed. We need to actually fill it. That's easy. We'll just put a fill line right here. Boom. Just a couple bridges. Boom, it's hooked up and filling. Okay. Then yeah, because we want to fill it with polluted water. We need to cool it down quite a bit up there as quickly as we can. Then we want non-polluted water to dump into here. To fill this up as much as possible. Aqua tuner needs to be powered, which we have the power lines run for that already. But we need a separate power line to come down here. Okay. Heavy watt conductive. Let's go ahead and order all this replaced. Do I actually need to do this right yet? Probably better if we don't actually, because let me... Yeah, we'll wait on that for now. We'll need to do it eventually, but we'll wait for now. I think we'll need to do it eventually. Why do they have random wires behind each and every single one of these? Go ahead and rescue a bit of wire. I don't. They're not gonna be able to reach that one. Okay. So is that all we need to do? Build a loop, build this. I mean, other than building the stuff in here to make this volcano work. But to get the cooling loop working, all we need to do is fill and fill. And hook up starter power. You know what? Screw it. We need to do this eventually. Let's do it now. Okay, heavy watt joint plate. Boom. I would like to do it like this to get proper insulation. We're gonna have to run a ladder all the way up. We can't run the ladder parallel with that one because there's some sticky out bits there. Okay. Joint plate. Boom. I could dig out a thing here and make a vacuum chamber and have perfect insulation between space and not space, but I don't think it matters because it's a vacuum, so who really cares? Go ahead and run heavy watt conductive. We're replacing all the existing. Yeah, we won't have to worry about melting there. Run that to there. We'll have to put a joint plate in. Boom. Something, something, eventual home of stuff. Deconstruct that. This needs to have a heavy watt joint plate installed. I'm going to completely disrupt all base operations with this, but oh well. Joint plate goes there. Heavy watt conductive wire. there. Okay. That battery goes away. That conductive wire can stay connected for now because we're not pushing enough through it to matter, but it will eventually start to matter. And now I'm going to start wishing I had brought more aluminum, I think. In the meantime, we're going to want to put a steel auto sweeper right here. Yeah, right there. Steel auto sweeper. And a... Hello, Sealith. And we'll put a steel conveyor loader there. Yeah. That is the sound an Eidolon makes when it spawns in Warframe. Did that sound different than normal to anybody else? Because I wonder if something is applying an EQ where it shouldn't. That sounded too low to me. Anyway. Okay, conveyor loader. Shipping rails. If I use steel, we're going to run out very quickly. Okay. Yeah, that sound is a lot louder than the rest of them. Which is why it can only ever be played once per stream per person. And it's also pretty expensive. Okay, so this should come out quite hot. I completely forgot to put in support for the cold box. Oops. which is why you used it. You need to burn some points. That is what it is there for. I think I might do the chill box underneath it. Which is going to be annoying, but oh well. Yeah, we'll put the chill box right in here. Dig it out like that. And then we'll put a bit of insulation underneath that. Like so. And then start putting aluminum tiles in. Although I need to be careful here. Here, shipping rail. Boom. This is going to be massively overkill, but anyway. So there's the nice chilled stuff coming out. We'll go ahead and cancel those rails. Now, we also need to run in gas pipes. Because we're going to be pumping out hot oxygen from up there. So we'll put in a gas pipe stub. And we'll run that the same direction. Oh, I need to run the water. I need to run the cooling water through this then, too. The cooling water needs to run the opposite direction as everything else. The wrong thing. Okay, there we go. We don't want to pull the hot intake water. The hot intake water is going the right direction. But we don't want to use that. And we don't want to use the water, the return line water from up here. We really want to take this water and send it down and then bring it back. We could grab the water off here, send it through, and then bring it back. That's probably fine. But that's gonna complicate this a lot. In the way, I would really like to bring this water down through and back, but that's going to be way too difficult because this abyssalite is piping hot in spots. And we're going to have to mine a bunch of that out if we want to make that run the pipe through here. And it'll make it way too thin and we'll get leaks and fun stuff. Yeah, I don't know. As much as I want to have this one go down there, it's going to be too hard, I think. We'll just have to pull water off this. Snip that. Okay. So this is the line that'll go out. We take radiant pipe from there. Okay. We're gonna have to remove a bit of abyssalite to make this work, but that's fine. Okay. We don't want to build that metal tile just yet. We do want to build these insulated tiles. Okay. Yeah, so this will be the oxygen cooling loop. This will be the final cooling loop for the item. This is going to be filled up with metal, probably just aluminum tiles. And everything will be all done and perfect when all that's built. A lot of building. Oh, I forgot to put the meter in. Meter is actually really important to this because it actually greatly improves the cooling efficiency. Thankfully, the meter is easy to install. Okay, bit of automation wire. Boom. Okay. Now, we have some conveyor rail that should be carrying cold tungsten. And that is pretty much all the farther we can go because we have basically run out of gold amalgam. Boom. With that item right there. We can dig out more up here a little bit. but that's not ideal. Okay. Now for a bit of priority tinkering. Let's boost the priority of the replacement electrical lines so that our electrical system doesn't go down. And let's go ahead and install transformers here. Okay. Construct that. Nice. Okay. But once the power is back online, and once this monstrosity is constructed, I still need to solve the problem of how we're going to get water into here, which is probably going to involve running a pipe down here this way and dumping it in right over here. Or dumping it in through here, actually. Let's leave a pipe stub sticking out over there that we can use for filling later. No. Damn it, I hate when that happens. Okay. Okay. We have this handy dandy pipe that we used for filling previously. We can just connect that to there and remove the liquid vent. And that will allow us to pull clean water off the sieve, which is going to suck because I just realized that we don't. Because I've removed our connection. Okay, fine, that'll work. We'll just pull water off the cooling loop for a while to fill this off this pump. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Also, you get deconstructed. But anyway, this will be the fill pipe. We'll hook it up when we can / need to. I need to put in a ladder here. Cancel that. Dig that. That's a long ways to run while holding your breath to work over here. We might have to reinstall a door back over on this side. I think we are going to have to reinstall a manual airlock over here. That'll still be a long ways to run while holding your breath, but at least it'll be more pausable. Okay. Yeah. Now it's just a matter of waiting for all this stuff to get built. Which is not going to be quick. Operating, supplying, doctoring, cooking, suit wearing, decorating. Their kitchen menace. Yeah, no thanks. We'll take the grub fruit preserves. We just need to find somebody who's a cook and a farmer. Preferably with some hauling skill as well. And stop putting flipping polluted dirt in the composter. Oh well. I suppose if I wanted to do this the right way, I would have to store the bomb lilies next to this and use a auto sweeper. Move the bomb lilies into the composter instead of polluted dirt. And yeah. This is probably the wrong place to put the composter. And I can't set the priority for doing bomb lilies. Or just flat out tell this to only ever do bomb lilies. Instead of composting, I'd much rather run the polluted dirt to the sublimation station. So you know what? I think I'm going to deconstruct this. We'll rebuild a new composting area somewhere else. Because otherwise I'm not going to get them to compost bomb lilies instead of dirt. Oh, those are unreachable. Oops. That's why I didn't build there the first time. Okay. Once those are hooked up, most of the system will come back online. Boost the priority of those a little bit. We could really use a third person here. Okay. Transformers are hooked up. We have a bit of a mixed wire problem here. The batteries are not connected. Let's actually boost the priority on that some, so it will hook up sooner rather than later. Additionally, let's boost the priority on these tiles. They remove them so we can put a door in there. Thankfully, we already have an airlock here, so we don't have to worry about losing much real amounts of oxygen to space. Well, you cancel that. We simply do not have enough gold amalgam, but we'll use some of the local copper ore instead, because I would prefer not to use steel for stuff I don't have to use steel for if I can avoid it. It's really annoying that some things require ore as opposed to metal, because I actually have a lot of metal, but I have very little ore. Partially because I didn't bring any ore with me, I don't think. But I did bring a lot of aluminum. And also I have a lot of metal available because I have several different kinds of metal volcano. Whereas ore is just flat out, once you smelt it, it's gone. You'll never get more ore back. you can use steel to make everything. Which is part of what also makes it weird. Because if you can use steel to make it, why can't you use the other metals? It makes no sense. I'm sure there's a mod somewhere that probably changes that, but... We haven't mined out all the gold amalgam yet. I probably should go ahead and do that. Let's see. What I should do is go ahead and build insulated tile all the way across, not at that level. At this level. Doesn't have to be insulated. I don't know why I'm bothering with insulated tile, but anyway. Hello? Okay, there we go. Let's modify this a little bit. Okay. Cancel. Cancel. Rebuild. Copy. Copy. Dig that out. All of it. We'll have to put in a few scattered ladders. Take care of reach. That doesn't need to be a ladder. That doesn't need to be a ladder. Okay. Cancel that one. Deconstruct that one. Cancel that one. And then later we'll dig out this whole area. Because I might as well. Got a little bit of gold amalgam up in here. Boom. Might as well make that roof the same height everywhere. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Whatever. Most of this won't be able to be built because it'll be too high off the ground. We can fix that with a simple ladder right there. I think we'll do it. Yeah. Anyway. I guess we're just going to destroy this biome completely. Which usually I prefer not to do, but... Suppose. Yeah. I suppose. This map's so small that not basically completely mining out the whole map isn't really a possibility. Because we're going to mine out pretty much this entire area to put in the cooler for the magma biome. And by the time we build everything else, everything's going to be gone anyway. This area, I'm probably going to go ahead and extend this up some. You put in the larger farm, which we're going to need to make enough palm lily seeds to feed these greedy little bastards. This is why we need a permanent resident here also. to handle that. Keeping the Pacu fed, basically. I don't want wild Pacu. Oh, the fish feeder needs higher priority to keep it full. Because we do still have food for them, right? That's a good question. Well, we at least have a little bit of algae. Okay, we still have plenty of algae, I guess. I don't know how much algae we have. I should probably start planting my farm over here too. Okay. So these guys are too tall. We need to have chlorine running through this place. We're going to build a giant chlorinated room in here. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I should just get rid of the puffs. I think there's only like one alive anyway. We don't want the bastards. They're useless. Go ahead and get rid of that thing there. This is really inconvenient in some ways. But that'd be the basic idea. Basically this writ huge. Unfortunately, the way things are laid out, that's not a very great plan. We'd want to go up into space higher. We'd want to back it all with backing tiles. Commander Puggle and Raiders. Welcome here. Welcome, welcome. Were you playing Oxygen Not Included as well? I would assume probably so, but hey, you never know. Let's see. What is, I mean, other than currently sleeping, what is actually getting done around here? Not much. That's what's getting done. I think the new power is actually online finally. Yeah. New power is finally online. Mostly. Got it today. Just got through your first few hours of playing. Collie's not dead yet. Has an algae supply problem. Algae for oxygen isn't going to last you for very long, that's for sure. Eventually, as in fairly soon eventually, you're probably going to want to build something simple like this, where you have an electrolyzer. Actually, there's an even simpler version you could do. If you take an electrolyzer and build a kind of little U-bend type thing, then the oxygen will go out the bottom, and you can just put that like near the top of your base or something and dump oxygen in the top of your base and pump out the hydrogen. Although you will need to use an atmospheric sensor to turn the pump on and off if you don't want to pump too much. Or you can just put the electrolyzer in the middle of open space and let the hydrogen go up and the oxygen go down. And then deal with the hydrogen somewhere at the top of the base. Water is definitely a better source of oxygen. Assuming you have a good source of water. If you don't have a good source of water, then you're going to have to get creative. But the algae is only going to last you so long, and then you're going to have water. I don't think there's anything other than algae or water that really works well. There's a rust deoxidizer, but that's going to be even harder to deal with because it also produces chlorine and some other fun things. There's a sublimation station which can turn polluted dirt into polluted oxygen faster than normal. Then you have to deal with the polluted oxygen, which isn't impossible, but it's still breathable. And that lake will only last you for a while. You're going to have to get something more permanent. What you're really going to want to look for is things like this. Geysers. Or, more usefully, things like this. A cool saltwater geyser. Bottle opener, could you please stop running? Thank you. Okay. This is a cool saltwater geyser. If you can get a cool water geyser, that's amazing. Here I have a cool slush geyser. This outputs polluted water though, and that has to be dealt with in its own way. So basically, if you can find a cool geyser that outputs something water adjacent that you can then purify into pure water, that's pretty awesome. You have a sublimation station because you need someplace to put polluted dirt from the outhouse. That works. You will be kicking a lot of germs into the air. But if you put it far enough away from the main base, and if next to your sublimation station you have a deodorizer, one of these things, to clean up the polluted oxygen and turn it to normal oxygen, the germs should die out before they get too close to somewhere where most duplicants are. It's still a bit risky. If you have a source of polluted dirt that isn't all covered in germs, then that's a viable thing to do. You're definitely going to want to get a deodorizer as quickly as you can, though, because you don't want that polluted oxygen just drifting throughout the base. Because that is just nasty. I have some pockets of polluted oxygen that haven't disappeared in this base as it is. Most of it's been cleaned up pretty nicely. This is my main base that's been running for quite a while. This little base here is what I'm currently focused on. This place gets all of its oxygen from a polluted water tank that slowly is off-gassing into the air. And then I have deodorizers around it that are cleaning that up. It's not ideal, but it works. Speaking of which, we have a new blueprint here. Farming and ranching. Yeah, I don't like any of these things. Yeah, they're all kind of terrible. But yeah. Pretty much the main way you're going to get oxygen once you start running out of algae is with a what are you going to call it? An electrolyzer. There's various different ways to set them up, but I tend to prefer this kind of setup where you use an Atmos sensor to control the hydrogen pump and then just use a U-bend to separate the oxygen and hydrogen. You'll need to do something with the hydrogen then. This one feeds the hydrogen to a anti-entropy thermal nullifier, which makes everything cold around it in exchange for hydrogen. Most of the ones here in my main base feed it into a hydrogen generator and produce power. This one over here was the one I built early on. Just a simple... This is not efficient at all, but it works. Yeah. Eventually you're going to need to go big or go home and build a full Rodriguez. As Colo says. I don't think I actually have any of those. Actually, I just have multiple smaller ones. But a Rodriguez, if I remember correctly, is like 4 electrolyzers and 2 hydrogen gas pumps. This is like a half Rodriguez right here, basically. Just this little box here. I don't like the submerged. I've never actually used the submerged one. I know there's a way to do it using airflow tiles and submerging the electrolyzer under a water or whatever, so that it separates without having to do any filtering or anything fancy like that. But I've never used that one. I kind of know how it works, but need to go to sleep. This build is a disaster, but I've been working on it for 1600 cycles, so it's had plenty of time to accumulate lots of craft and such like. In any case, thank you very much for the raid, and I hope you have a good night. Yeah. Yeah, Oni doesn't teach itself very well. Thankfully, usually there's a lot of time in which you can fumble around and do things unsuccessfully before you actually run into trouble. Gives you lots of time to figure things out. But I do have to admit, I do spend a lot of time on the wiki. It gives you some time, but it's borrowed time. True. Yeah, usually a little time on the wiki will help sort things out too, yeah. Not a bad idea. Anyway, for those who have just arrived, what I am working on here is I have run to the point where I need cooling. So, speaking of needing cooling, I better empty out this pipe or I'm going to have trouble. There. Anyway. Overflow from my toilets has been going into this Thimbleweed hydroponic farm for a long time. Unfortunately, it's finally got hot enough here that the Thimbleweed can't survive. So I need to cool it down so the Thimbleweed can survive again. And the easiest slash best slash most sustainable way to generate chill or get rid of heat is to feed it into a steam turbine. And if I'm going to be running a steam turbine in order to cool a place down, I'm going to need to, or I might as well use it for more than just cooling the base. So this monstrosity down here that needs to be built is going to run 2 steam turbines in order to cool off a box full of steam down here, in which we're running a thermal aqua tuner, which is basically an air conditioning unit, except, well, it's basically an air conditioning or a refrigerator compressor is what it is. It takes in liquid in a pipe in one side and outputs liquid on the other side that is colder. And then it dumps the heat that it pulled out of that liquid into its surroundings. So this aqua tuner is going to be dumping its heat into the surroundings, which is going to be steam, basically, a room full of steam. And that steam will be run into the steam turbine. And additionally, another source of heat that is going to be here is a tungsten volcano. So this is going to be outputting molten tungsten into the environment. Needless to say, when I fill this box up and fill it full of water, it's going to be very hot in here. Then the liquid that the aqua tuner is cooling down is going to be used to keep the steam turbines from overheating. It'll run down through here, through another box. That's going to be full of metal. Basically just a giant hunk of aluminum. And then it'll run out to the base, cool everything in here that needs to be cooled down, and then run back in, be cooled again, and run through the loop and continue the process. This box is going to be used as a heat exchanger to cool down solid tungsten that's been pulled out of the volcano. And there's an oxygen vent behind here that outputs 140-degree oxygen. And so that oxygen will also be run through this heat exchanger to cool it down as well. So we're going to be cooling a lot of stuff down, basically. And then we'll get that polluted oxygen from the vent. And that'll have to be cleaned up somewhere. 2 turbines is not enough for a tungsten volcano? I'm not sure if I believe that. Because I looked it up, and actively cooled, they were saying 2 turbines is enough. And also, tungsten has very low specific heat capacity. It does come out extremely hot, but it's okay. It's 0.074. What is the aluminum volcano? Aluminum comes out at 3,000 degrees. So aluminum comes out about half the temperature, but its specific heat capacity is way more than double. So if it cools aluminum volcano, it should cool a tungsten volcano. Because aluminum's 0.5. Was it 0.5? And this is like 0.0 something. Yeah, 0.074. 2 turbines, cool, aluminum volcano, fine. This should be okay. It looks like it won't because it comes out at almost 7,000 degrees. But it should be fine. And I should have enough left over to also cool the oxygen. Which actually doesn't need that much cooling, but a little. And cool the base. 1 aqua tuner should be fine. If I do 2, it'll be overkill again. Which, like, there's no kill but like overkill, but anyway. Yeah. 2 will be fine. I'm not worried about it. Be fine. Anything else around here that I need to do? I think I just need to kick back and let them build. Okay, surveys on the job to cook. I really need a dedicated cook for this place. One aqua tuner, one turbine. Yeah. Most of the time this aqua tuner is probably not going to be running at full capacity anyway. Critter starvation. It's probably a Pacu. Yes, it is. You guys are fine. There's food right there in the fish feeder. Go eat and shut up. I'd like to get rid of that puff because it's annoying me. And we're not going to have room in it here eventually. Well, we've got some time to kill. Let's run the numbers a little bit more accurately. Yeah. 0.074. Aluminum. Aluminum has a specific heat capacity of 0.506. That is way more than double. It comes out at not much more than double the temperature. Admittedly, it doesn't transfer that temperature as quickly. Well, thermal conductivity is 2.2. That's not bad. And when it's solid, it's 30. Thermal conductivity is 33.333. What is aluminum's thermal conductivity? Um, 5.6. Okay, actually, tungsten's thermal conductivity is way high. Really? That high? Wow. No, this is playing as 113. Okay, I was gonna say. So, okay. Yeah. Not sure why it was displaying as only... as only 5.6. Oh, insulated. Okay. Sure. Alright. Yeah, we are not going to have to... If this can cool aluminum, we're not going to have to worry about cooling tungsten. We just need to have enough thermal mass in here to transfer the heat quickly enough to the water. I don't like the way the volcano is above the bottom of the chamber. We're going to have to put temp shift plates in, and that's going to cost a lot of aluminum. I don't know if I want temp shift plates anywhere even close to this auto sweeper. Let me think about this. I suppose as long as it's a vacuum to start. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be fine. Well, it darn well better be fine. We're gonna have to put a lot of water in here. We don't want more than 150 kilos per tile, though. Maybe I should move the auto sweeper and turn it up on its side and put it here. Because then we could run temp shift plates like this. Without coming close to the auto sweeper. But then again, the auto sweeper can get up to 600 some degrees, or 527 degrees. If it gets more than 500 degrees in here, we got problems. Yeah, we'll be okay. I'll just have to make sure I fill it with enough water to get like 140 kilos of steam per tile. And put in as many temp shift plates as I can afford. I might even send the rocket back for more aluminum. Speaking of which, how many temp shift plates can we afford? A bunch. Okay, so we're gonna want one there at least. Goodbye, aluminum. You will be missed. Okay. And I am definitely going to move this auto sweeper. We'll put mount the auto sweeper across the roof up here so it's above the heat, which makes sounds dumb, but how am I going to make the magma spike? Not here, that's where. I'm probably not going to be able to do a magma spike, so I'm not sure how I'm going to do this. But what I'm likely going to do is get suit docks set up and then just cut a hole in the abyssalite and dump water in. And let that solidify the rock. I'm going to build as many. I figured out I can fit a double high row of turbines in this space. We'll fit as many turbines in here as we can. Put in a big old steam chamber down in this corner. With a two-pronged turbine thingy coming off of it. With lots and lots of temp shift plates down here. Which we're definitely going to have to go for more materials for that. And then just dig a hole into the abyssal over here in the corner and through the abyssalite. And start dumping water in. And then as the magma solidifies, once it starts cooling off around the water and stops boiling it quite so easily, we'll mine a little out. We'll just keep working our way over. Cooling it as we go. Once we have a hole in here, we'll probably suck a lot of the heat out. And you'll just sit here and run and run and run and run and run forever. But I'd like to solidify the whole biome. It is going to likely take a very long time. But we can probably get away with a single aqua tuner in the box to cool the turbines. And then we just run and run and run the thing. I would like to start processing resin. But that is going to be very complicated. Because we need to maintain a specific temperature, so we're not going to do that off this magma, that's for sure. Well, we maybe could put a temperature tap somewhere. I'll have to see where it works out. Oh, none of you guys are any good. Yeah. We'll see how well plan dump water in works before I decide if that's going to be, if we do anything fancier than that or not. I need to stop feeding these little idiots algae. They're eating it so fast. But we don't have anywhere close to enough balm lily seeds to last for any good length of time. We are only trying to feed 10 of these guys. Need these, only 26? This is not making as much food as I had hoped. Oh well. Nitrogen not included? As far as I can tell, there is no nitrogen in this game, so I guess that would describe the situation fairly well. Okay. Yeah, we just need to wait. Eventually this stuff will all get built. It's going to take a year, but eventually. I don't think there's even a way to combine hydrogen and oxygen to make water. There is a way to break them apart. Because you can build an electrolyzer that will produce oxygen and will produce hydrogen. But I don't think there's any way to mix them together, which is an interesting oversight. Oh well. There's small amounts of building progress getting done. Problem is we only have 2 builders. And at least one of them also has several other important jobs, like, say, cooking. Which, I think we're losing a lot of Paku to rot. We need a dedicated farmer slash cook. And that's not going to happen for a while. Well, it could happen in a few cycles if we get a good enough dupe out of the mini pod. Then I'm going to have to worry about where I'm going to put Dread for sleeping. Remind me never ever ever to take somebody with weird sleeping conditions again. It just creates more problems. Okay, so they've gone ahead and deleted that finally. Let's put in a new auto sweeper. We can't put an auto sweeper there. Damn it, volcanoes. Okay. We could move it up a tile and put it in a little niche in the roof. I don't want to do that because I would like to keep the insulation across the floor between the Paku tank and the hot box thicker. However, I don't want to put it here either because then it's going to receive warmth. Who am I kidding? This will work just fine. I'll make some modifications and it'll be fine. We'll install a temp shift plate there deliberately to help cool it. Yeah. Yeah, in this game, every tile only has one material in it, which can lead to some interesting effects. Like, here we have... Okay, well this is... Our air pressure is kind of low in the main base. I should probably start worrying about that. Well, here we have 3 kilos of pressure of oxygen. And right beside it we have 300 grams of pressure of polluted oxygen. Because they're two different materials, they don't mix. And probably, fortunately, fire isn't a thing either. Because that could get very exciting. Oh. Yeah, I need more workers here. Or another worker. But I don't want to settle for somebody who's not perfect. Or close to perfect, anyway. Also, grams of liquid to push out tons of gases. Yeah. And if you have just a tiny little puddle of water sitting on the ground, it'll greatly restrict gas flow because it can't enter that tile, and so that can be a serious problem. And also because two liquids won't mix, if for some reason you can get two liquids so they can't flow to the side, and dump just a tiny little bit in this tile and a tiny little bit above it, they'll fill both tiles up all the way. It's probably one of the biggest weaknesses of the simulation engine, is that only one material can be in a tile at a time. But it does greatly reduce the complexity of the simulation. So it's probably pretty important to actually keeping performance reasonable. Because if they had multiple materials per tile, not only would it be harder to play, because it would be harder to manage what is where, but it would be much more complicated to compute. But anyway. Tungsten volcanoes, how do you spawn that seed? This should just be fairly normal. But it is not on my main asteroid, it's on another asteroid. Yeah, this should be in any seed. It'll just be with default settings. Your main asteroid will be kind of a happy, friendly place that has a mixture of cold and warm biomes. And then surrounding asteroids will be more and more adventurous. Also smaller. But with default settings, and I think this is probably going to be the same no matter what, free default settings, but I'm not actually sure of that. I think what kind of asteroids you get are the same. Obviously they'll look a little different and such like, but you have your starter asteroid. This has everything you need to survive and be happy and build big bases, and you'll have probably some metal volcanoes around somewhere that'll give you access to resources. In my case, I have a pair of aluminum volcanoes that I have discovered. There might be another one down here, but I kind of doubt it. You never know. Also, I have not really delved down into the oil biome properly yet. I should do that at some point. But anyway, and somewhere on this map, there will be... Oh, let's see if I can find one. There will be 3 or 4 teleporter units. There will be a supply teleporter output. There will be a supply teleporter input. There will be a teleporter transmitter and a teleporter receiver. I don't know if these two always spawn together or if that was just happenstance. But anyway, once you find at least some of those teleporters, but particularly these two, the basic teleporter receiver and transmitter, you can go to the second asteroid. And this one is smaller than the starting asteroid, but it's larger than any of the rest of them. And this is kind of a good place for you to learn how to manage an asteroid. They always spawn like that? Okay, cool. That makes it easier then. But this makes it, this is an easier place to learn how to manage a colony that's not your main colony. Because if you need something here, you can just send it through one of the supply teleporters. You just find the teleporter input and you can ship resources to your colony. There's a liquid pipe available. There's a gas pipe available. And there's a conveyor rail available for sending solids through. As a matter of fact, the conveyor rail is always hooked to a conveyor loader. You can just tick allow manual use and you can have your dupes fill it with things you want to send over. So once you've built out your second colony a bit, experimented with it some, figured out what all you're going to need to set up a new colony, all that fun stuff, then it's time to start adventuring off into rockets and sending out rockets to explore the star map. Finding the various places you can go. Now all of these asteroids are going to be tiny. Like just absolutely minuscule. I don't know how big this one is. It looks larger than the rest, but I'm going to guess it's still tiny. Like it's barely, well, it is less than a full screen wide, this one is. But by the time you start getting to the point where you're going to want to go to some place like this, you're going to have hopefully figured it all out already. Or mostly all out. And I think in the starting setup options, you can choose what kind of asteroid you want to start on and what kind you want for your second one to be. So if you really don't want to do rockets, also if you really don't want to do rockets, you can just turn the DLC off and you don't have to. Then you'll just be on a single asteroid and everything will be on that asteroid somewhere. But anyway. Generally, yeah, I don't really have a need for tungsten yet, but I know of a need for it coming up. Or there's another material I need before I can really use tungsten for what I might want to, well, my main thing I might want to use it for, I guess. But this is kind of a, I might just look at tungsten first so I have it available type thing. Because this can be combined with another material to make a an end game high temperature metal that I would like to have. For that, I'm going to have to go to this asteroid. This does not look like fun at all. It is extremely hot, made up entirely of obsidian and magma. This place, I'm basically going to have to build a rocket that everybody can live in long term. And then probably build a mini base up here in space and not even try to farm locally and none of that stuff. That's just not going to happen. Whereas this base here, I can raise some Pacu and supplement my food I ship in. It looks like Survey is murdering Pacu. Come on, Survey, don't just randomly murder them, go cook them. I'm going to increase the cooking priority so it actually gets done. We might as well yeet the Pacu instead of letting it rot. Dread's suffocating again because I can't be bothered to build a suit lock. I probably should go ahead and build a face mask thing at least at this point. No, I shouldn't because I'm going to need suits here eventually anyway, so go for broke and build a proper suit lock. But where? Probably should dig out most of this abyssalite and build a suit lock like right in here. Remove all this stuff down here. And start sketching in the design for the future cooling chamber. But I don't really want to just yet. So I start sketching in the design for the cooling chamber, then I'm going to want to build it. And I don't want to do that yet. Or rather, I wouldn't mind building it yet. But I can't because I need this done before too long. Because right now I have to handle the overflow from this system manually. And that's not ideal, to say the least. Oh. Here's another printable. Cooking and rocketry. Rocketry, suit wearing. I don't think I'm going to take anybody who doesn't have cooking and farming. Maybe if they had cooking and carrying or whatever it's called. I don't want pufflets. I'm killing the pufflets here as it is. Yeah, reject all. Really need a cook and farmer. Oh well. Not a whole lot I can do about it, I guess. So we've actually got pretty decent base pressure over there. It's a little low pressure up here, but that's fine. Yeah. Okay. The base is doing okay. Except here in the sump where it's weird. Okay, carbon dioxide is getting ejected into space. Oh, it's actually being ejected into here, but... Oxygen is being put up here. Hydrogen is also being ejected here, I think. Actually, no. Hydrogen is being ejected over here. Okay, that's actually probably a mistake. Wait. Are we just straight up deleting the hydrogen? I think we are. Okay, well, I'm okay with that. I could really use another deodorizer or two down here to get rid of this polluted oxygen in the area. Go ahead and build a second deodorizer. Now let's make it max priority. Or almost max priority. Okay. I don't know if the Pacu are going to supply enough food for everybody to eat. We'll have to watch their calorie counter for a while. I don't think they are currently. Which is unfortunate, because if I remove the, that means if I remove the rocket and leave a person behind, long term, it might be a problem. Rocketry expanded, has support considering not sleeping and playing Oni. Generally I would suggest against missing sleep. However, I am definitely not a person to be talking about that. Because it would very much be do as I say and not as I do. If I did. Oh well. Yeah. I think we're just deleting the hydrogen, which I am okay with. And the polluted oxygen is thankfully all accumulating down here, mostly. Polluted oxygen's weird. It seems to gather in bands. Like there's some up here and there's some down here at the same time. Can't quite decide whether it wants to be above or below. Oh well. This room is pretty much all cleared. There's only small amounts of polluted oxygen up here. A little bit of hydrogen here and there. The vanilla rockets are way too small. Even the big one is, it feels like, well, okay. The beginning basic rocket nose cone is big enough that you can use it to do very quick hops. And that feels perfect for baby's first rocket, kind of. This one, Spacefarer module, feels perfect for your first short haul trip. Or maybe your first simple scanning rocket or something. But it really feels like there needs to be a bigger module. Or like you should be able to stack the modules and have their interiors combine. Because this is the biggest rocket interior you're ever going to get. And if you want to do any amount of travel with this thing and keep your dupes even somewhat close to happy, that's going to involve a lot of very careful cramming. Yeah, I really think you should be able to stack 2 of them and have their interiors combined. I think that'd be cool. Just snip the top right off of this and move it up twice as high. And then you could build more bedrooms and stuff up there and slightly bigger bathroom down the one side or something, and more storage space, whatever. I think that's what vanilla rockets really need, is the ability to combine multiple pods on one rocket. But failing that, a rocketry mod would probably be welcome. But not for this run. I'm not installing mods mid-run. You get too much space in a rocket, you open door for shenanigans. Yeah. Well, the way I understand it, there's a ready room for shenanigans. Because they're smaller, they're larger on the inside than on the outside. Oh, but at the end of the day, it's a single player game. Let shenanigans run free. If I want to put a steam engine inside my rocket, let's go. Actually, I'm kind of curious. The rocket wall is made out of steel. If you put kind of some sort of temperature source in here, and it is definitely vacuum outside, and it was vacuum inside before we let any oxygen in, you could maybe melt the walls. It would probably be tricky. But I assume you could probably find a liquid that could get hot enough. Maybe. I don't know if there actually, I don't know if there's liquid hot enough to. I assume thermium pipes could be used to make a heat exchanger with the walls. I'm not sure what you would use for a temperature source. Probably a thermium aqua tuner with, I don't know how hot thermium aqua tuner can get. It might not get hot enough for that. Yeah. But if you could get rid of the walls, you'd have a much larger space to build in. Obviously, you'd still have to worry about the radiation, but that's no problem. Just build a double row of plastic tiles across the top and boom, you're done. And then you could build a proper self-sufficient mobile rocket colony. You could just fly around wherever you wanted. Molten steel? Yeah. You could heat molten steel up a bit past the melting point and then run it past the non-molten steel until that melts as well. And then if you used, well, to get the molten steel in the first place, you would probably want to use whatever they're called. Not stations. Refinement. There we go. You can use kilns. I don't know what refineries would do if you fed them already piping hot liquid to make it even hotter. I wonder if you could feed a refinery molten steel. Because if you could feed molten steel into a refinery, you can make even hotter molten steel, and that'd be the perfect solution. Molten steel works with fine refineries? Okay, that's cool. An interesting oversight that you can use something that hot as coolant. And if the refinery is kept cooled enough that it itself doesn't melt and is kept out of contact with the walls. None of these are good. I'm going to take the pipsqueak, though. Let the pip roam free. Liquid is liquid. Apparently. I guess that would explain why some people want molten steel. I never really, didn't really quite get it straight in my brain why I was like, okay. Yeah, you can make molten steel using a, what do you call it? A kiln. But why do you want molten steel again? I guess it turns out because you want a really flippin' hot coolant. Aqua tuner is steel in a vacuum? Yeah. That'd be easier than, what do you call it? Wouldn't that break? I guess if you heat it up fast enough that it wouldn't be able to break before it reaches melting temperature. Interesting. Yeah. So if you run water through it, it pulls enough heat out of the water that it melts before it breaks. Okay. Yeah, that'd be a lot easier than just running a kiln until it melts. Well, a lot cheaper, anyway. Shenanigans? Yeah. That sounds like it'd be fun to experiment with sometime, trying to melt the walls of a rocket. And build a super spacefarer module. But not today. And probably not next week either. And maybe not even this whole run, I don't know. Although it would be interesting. Okay, so this is almost done. What are we missing? Because I always miss something. I mean, other than, of course, filling it with water. That's obviously missing. And sweeping out the stuff on the inside. That's also missing. Although we can do a lot of the sweeping with the auto sweeper, so. We'll set that to 20 units for now. Let's go look at one of the other cooling boxes. Oh, that actually has a question, though. What is the interior hatch made out of? Neutronium. Okay, so you don't have to worry about melting the interior hatch. I assume you can just melt the whole steel, all the glass. Okay, rocket windows are made out of diamond. The output ports are steel. That's a problem, though. You don't want those to melt. You'd have to melt everything adjacent to them without actually melting them. Or maybe you could just focus on... I don't think you could melt the window. Yeah, that's like 7,000 degrees. That's a whole different level. The door is made out of neutronium. So I guess maybe if you just focused on melting out this part right here and left this box part alone. Cooled this tile, then heated these tiles. to break through up there. And maybe you keyed out the middle tiles down here as well, so you could put a ladder system through. Or, yeah, melt a hole here underneath the diamond window. I guess you don't have to melt the whole. I was thinking it'd be cool to melt the whole exterior. But there's no real reason to melt the whole exterior. You could just melt, like, part of it. Enough to make a hole. And then build, like, a nice dining room in here or something. Or, more likely, loot lockers. I think it'd be kind of cool to build a rocket that has a self-sustaining colony inside of it. Or mostly self-sustaining. Produces its own oxygen somehow. With no inputs, I don't think it'd be possible, though. Well, no. Yeah, I don't think so. You could get rid of, as long as you left the gas ports live, you could get rid of gases you don't want. You would need some way to get water. Actually, I wonder if you could do it using a tree farm. You could probably make it self-sustain if you had a tree farm, particularly if you could make a large enough wild plant tree farm. Get a pip in there and abuse the bug to place natural tiles. And place a whole bunch of natural tiles and have the pip plant trees on it. And that would get you ethanol, which would get you water and power. It's not a bug. I don't know. It seems pretty convoluted for something that's intended. You would think if they intended you to be able to place metal natural tiles, they would have just allowed you to do it. But anyway, devs didn't fix it, it's a feature. Well, okay, by that definition of feature, probably. Okay, so you get yourself water and power by wild planting trees. You could probably get yourself food by wild planting some kind of crop plant. Or you could use some of your water, depending on how much you get. Clean the water, use that to produce oxygen. Yeah. With wild planting, you can make a self-sustainable base. And I might even use our friendly local pipsqueak here that we just picked up to do a little water planting. A little wild planting around this area somewhere. I haven't really experimented with that much. Okay, let's just go ahead and build these, why don't we? Don't want to let all of our atmosphere escape into space. But anyway. Oh yes, that's what I was going to do. I was going to go look at one of the chillers to see if I'm missing anything. Okay. Pick up. Aqua tuner. Meter. Loader. Input. I don't think I'm missing anything that has to go into the hot box. Assuming I set up all the piping correctly and everything. Which I'm reasonably sure I did. The output runs through here, input, outputs to inputs. This is right beside the input. Yeah, I think this is all done. Which means as soon as we clear this up, I can go ahead and seal this and start pumping water in. Although I probably want to pump out the oxygen first. Which is actually going to be mildly annoying because can you place big wires in the solar panels without the bus? Yes, the big panels have, or the big solar panels already have big wires. They do allow you to place those behind them. Thank goodness. Initially, I used the small wires for this one because I didn't want to waste the resources required to place the big ones. But I changed that around later. Also, that is a normal conductive wire, and I thought I put a conductive joint plate through there, but apparently I forgot it. Okay. We make the autoloader and automation, the temperature is above 200 C. Don't think I'm gonna have temperature issues here. Let's see. Building, decorating, farming, digging. Yeah, none of these are what I want. I'll take the grub root preserves. As long as I have enough steam in here, the tungsten volcano should be fine. And it should stay cool enough. It won't transfer heat to the surroundings as quickly as aluminum would. But that's fine, I think. Yeah. I think it'll be okay. There's not really much automation we could do here anyway to shut the, we can't shut the volcano off, unfortunately. That'd be the thing that I'd want to do if I could. Without putting it in a separate chamber and using vacuum and dumping a little bit in at a time and all that fun BS. Yeah, anyway. Okay, metal tile. Aluminum. You there. Thermal shift plate made of coal and you're golden. Yes, that is true. However, A, I don't have coal here. And B, that is a very manual process. That is more of the, oh shit, something is going terribly wrong. Let's get this volcano plugged sort of thing than anything. I think I do have coal here. A bunch of it over here. So I could plug the volcano in a no shit moment. But no, there's nothing that I can do that would use automation to shut it off, which is what I would actually want. Unfortunately. It would be nice to have an automated, the steam is getting way too hot, kill the volcano kind of setup. But that's not going to be possible. Or reasonable, at least. Okay, we put a new cap on the base. This is starting to look like one of those disgusting, efficient bases where they dig the whole thing out and build a giant grid. Oh. See you later, Colo. Just don't move the debris while steam is hot and done. Man, we gotta get all the debris out before then. And then dig this tile out, haul it out, seal the thing. Probably seal the thing here, actually. And just start dumping water, even more than what we already dumped. We're gonna dump a bunch of water in to pre-charge it. And then we'll have to wait till it's ready to erupt and then dump more. Really annoying that this doesn't sit at the bottom level here. I guess we'll just have to count on temp shift plates. You're 20% still here. Anyway. We are slowly but surely getting done with this. We do actually have some local food sources available now. The Pacu apparently are paying off. If you want to feed this guy food, we're going to have to ship food in. I think. Because the Pacu don't seem to be producing enough for that. We're definitely not producing enough balm lily seeds to feed the Pacu. We need to... I've already decided over here is going to be the new Pacu seed farm. Poor Puffed Prince got trapped outside. That's fine by me. I might even go ahead and order him murdered. I don't know if he can fly through vacuum like some creatures can or not, but... Do not sweep the pufflet egg. I don't want that inside. Yeah. Too stressed to sleep, yet too lazy to study. That doesn't sound like a good time. Just saying. I hope we have enough water in this tank. Because we don't have enough water to fill the loop in this tank. I don't think we're going to have enough water in this tank to fill... Okay, let's see how much we're going to need. I want 150 kilos per tile. So that is 34... 47... 50... 60... 65 tiles? 65 tiles, I think. So 65 tiles. Get our earphone. Alright, 65. times 150 kilos is 9,750 kilos. So that is about 9 tiles. Which we have here. Okay. However, we're also going to need to fill the pipes in the system. And each of these will fill about 10 pipes? No, 100 pipes. I think we'll have just barely enough water. Yeah. I think we'll have just enough water. Okay. The big old sign. Oh, shit. Do not, under any circumstances, take that tile out. Anyway. Disaster averted. It was dormant, but we would have had to scramble to make sure everything was done before it became not dormant. Anyway. The siren down at the fire station just went off. Like the big one. Anyway, which reminded me, yesterday, I went grocery shopping, and because I'm a lazy person sometimes, I also stopped at McDonald's. So I pulled up to the drive-thru, and right then they triggered the siren. So there I am, sitting at the drive-thru, with the fire department siren just wailing away in the background. And it's like just across the road from the McDonald's. Needless to say, it was very, very loud indeed. And I could almost not hear myself think. And I certainly could hardly give an order. I just pulled up there and it started wailing away, and the lady at the drive-thru was like, I'll be with you in a minute. So there I sat for a little while. Until the siren finally got done with whatever it was announcing, and then... I'm not even sure why it was going off, honestly. Whatever it was couldn't have been too important. But anyway. Where I grew up, about a mile or two away in town, the fire station there had a siren like that. And they used to set it off every day at noon. Unless they forgot to adjust for daylight savings time and then it set it off an hour later early. That happened occasionally. But that was like a few miles away from our house and you could hear it quite loudly. Whereas this is of a similar level, except it is just down the road. Actually, it's probably a little quieter than the one. I don't know. Probably a little quieter. Would you fools stop whining about how you're starving and just eat? There you go. Nope. That was a scald warning, I think. No, it was a running out of breath warning. Okay. So the steam turbine here needs to be finished someday. These pipes and wires, actually there's no wires in here. Rails need to be finished. These wires need to be finished. And this pipe needs to be finished. We're out of obsidian. Why was this built with obsidian in the first place? Damn it. All of this, not all of it, but a lot of it was built with obsidian. Why? Why? Okay. Well, how about we cancel that? And redo those orders with igneous rock, which we have large quantities of. There we go. Okay, this is all igneous rock, yes. This is all igneous rock, yes. Apparently just that run is made out of obsidian for some bizarre reason. Alright, well, fix that problem. Anyway. Yep, we've got a printable. Is it somebody useful? Nope. Plug slug? No thanks. Gibbous net? Sure, but not here. Let's take that on this planet. Okay. I think I just printed that on the wrong planet. It's Travaldo's on the main planet. Derp. Although I do believe we do have snazzy suits available here. If I can remember where I stored them. Well, not there, apparently. What is even in here? Seeds. Okay, that's where I stored those. Where did I store the clothing? I moved them to somewhere, and I don't remember where. Is it here? Yes, it is. Okay. We have plenty of snazzy suits. There, you go wear a snazzy suit now, please. Thank you. All right. It looks like doing fine on natural gas. I'd really like to finish this yet tonight. Or at least finish enough we can start running liquid through the cooling loop, which we can't do until we start getting liquid in here. Which I guess we can start doing soon as we clear out the rest of this over here in this corner. We can block this bottom up. And then just leave just this opening. We can get in and dig out the granite block here later. This little bit of wiring is all that's missing to hook it into the main grid, which is what we need before we can start it running. Okay, that's cool. This is going to double our power consumption. And so before these steam turbines come back online, it's going to be a problem. Okay. We really need these pipes to get done too. Yeah. Because until these pipes get done, we can't effectively handle the overflow problems. We're going to have to issue manual cleanup on that again. Okay. Somehow, polluted oxygen is still supplying enough for everybody to breathe. I think it's just the small size of the base that's allowing it to continue to work. Yeah, we're really close to finishing this. A little bit needs to be hauled out of here yet. Okay. That's already a high priority task. No point in boosting its priority higher. The things will never get done. Okay. What is everyone doing? Oh. They're complaining about lack of oxygen in the chlorine tank. That's what they're doing. Oh, yes, I know. It's chlorine. You don't like chlorine. Just hold your breath. You'll be fine. It'll kill your slime lung. Come on. Don't you want somebody to kill your slime lung? I could use these harvested as well. Problem is there's just too much for two people to do effectively while doing all this building. If I stopped building, we would catch up in short order to all the labor. But I really need the building to be done. I'd like to say first, but not necessarily first. It just needs to be done. Uh-oh. There's a pip in the farm. Okay, 200 kilos of plastic. We should have that laying around. Yeah, right over there is 200 kilos of plastic. Tempted to boost the priority on this just so they go do it. Here, fine. Build that. And then let's run a ladder up the inside of that too. That'll allow them to be not inside the chlorine while they're trying to build this. Okay, finally they're getting that stupid steam turbine done. Now while you're down here, build a few other things, okay? Yeah, see? That isn't so hard now, is it? How many slime lung germs do I have down here and why? Okay, it's pretty germy down there. I don't think there's any slime left except up here, and that's all non-slime lungy. The last remaining patch of in-block germs is this little bit of slime here. So this area just really needs to have the oxygen purified, and we can stop having problems with that. Although, we're going to be producing more slime lung down here shortly when we dig this out. That's not great. But this is going to be boxed in, and we're going to be pumping the slime lung germs and the oxygen through this heat exchanger, so that's probably going to be dumped out like up here or something to push this good oxygen down and through here past this deodorizer and these deodorizers. A steady flow. I am going to go ahead and put in, for now, a pair of airflow tiles there. Yeah. I do want to build a chlorine box here. Yeah. I don't know where I'm going to handle oxygen purification then, on second thought. I might want to build a box, like a, not a box, but kind of a zigzag pathway that the cold oxygen can be dumped in the bottom of and pumped out of the top of. But I need to get inside to deal with... Actually, I don't need to get inside to deal with sand. If I do it right, I can have auto sweepers handle that problem. So that's kind of a good idea. If I do like a hallway with an auto sweeper, pump in oxygen on one side, pump out the other, filter it, dump the polluted stuff back in, only pump the good stuff out, run them past a bunch of deodorizers. That wouldn't handle the germs, but it would ensure there's no more pollution. And then you dump the possibly germy, non-polluted oxygen somewhere. I don't know. This oxygen isn't a priority because we're getting plenty for the moment, but it is eventually probably where we're going to get our oxygen. Which isn't ideal, but anyway. It isn't ideal. That needs drywall. New printables. Oxifern. A farmer who's a mouth breather. No thank you. Or shovels. Definitely no thank you. This guy's a loner. which means eventually when he's abandoned here a while by himself, he'll be happy. He's farming. He doesn't have any cooking. Super productive when he's overjoyed. He might be an okay choice for the lone caretaker. No. We'll take an oxyfern seed. Okay. There we go. This part's all done. Now, go ahead and boost these priorities a little bit. Actually, I have just realized that yes, indeed, some of these are going to be unreachable. What fun. What excitement. That should do it, actually. Come on. Give me back control, damn you. There we go. Oh yeah, but close everything I was doing while you're at it. Thank you. You're really not appreciated. Alright. This is quite close to done. I really want to start at least filling the system tonight. What are you going over there for? Grab igneous rock, that's where you're going over there for. Okay. Get a couple airflow tiles. That'll help push the polluted oxygen out. And if it doesn't push it out, if it pushes it out this way instead, then the deodorizer will get it. But either way, I want this to start moving. We're down to 26 tons of sand from 31 the last time I looked. That was quite a while ago. We've got enough sand to last for a while. I'm not worried about running out. That said, these should be pretty high priority fill, and they're not being filled. Damn it. Fill the damn deodorizers. There we go. Okay. No polluted oxygen allowed. Okay, the radiant pipes are going in. This whole thing has to be filled with aluminum tile yet. And then sealed in place with insulation. This is going to take them forever to haul this little bit out. Actually boost their priority to 9. Get them to haul that, please. Thank you, quickly. Problem is it's hard to make it in here without them running out of breath. Sort of. Okay, it looks like we cleaned up a lot of the polluted oxygen. We still have a bit hanging around right in here. But that's not entirely unexpected. Oh, that's like milligrams that escaped through the airlock. Vanilla airlock doors just suck. We are definitely not getting enough vacuum fry here. How many do we have from the Flopatron at the moment? 35. Okay. So we need to have more Pacu in the tank, which we don't have enough room in this tank. Technically, if these dumbasses would eat at top speed. Which they... Maybe I should add a second feeder. I might have to add a second feeder. Okay. A little bit left to build here. A little bit more pipe. They should be able to reach both of these. Finally. Now we just keep laying down metal tile until we're to here. An insulation along there, which I should lay down right now while I'm thinking about it. Like that. Then once the last metal tiles are placed here, we place an insulation there to cap the box off. And I don't know if you can hear it, but the siren is going off outside again. Probably you can't hear it unless I'm talking. The noise gate on this mic is set up pretty aggressively. Which is exactly how you want a noise gate to be set up if you're going to set up one. Guess that is one drawback of getting open back headphones. The siren comes through a lot more clearly than it used to. Okay, that's a priority 9 job if I ever saw one. These are just about ready to stop being ready and go over to not able to run. Okay. On the plus side, that's more water that's going to go into the pipe system. Never They get around to finishing building that. Okay. But everything is needed to allow the system to start running. I mean, everything is finished to allow the system to start running. I'm going to cap this off. Oh, I want to pump this place down. Okay, let's restart pumping. This is a wildly inefficient way to pump that down, but I mean, why not? I'll need to put a airlock door back up there. Let's put an airlock door back up there and we'll just pump this whole area down to a vacuum. We're going to want to pump down to a vacuum eventually anyway. And it's basically unbreathable in here as it is. Even if you can find patches of oxygen in small enough amounts that it's unbreathable. We'll just pump this area down to a vacuum. This area is almost pumped down to a vacuum for that matter. It's down in the small numbers of grams. Barely breathable territory. Okay. We'll pump this down as low as we can go. At some point in the future, we'll build these two insulated tiles. Seal this. We can start pumping water in. We have a new printable. Farming, who is unconstructive. That is no good. Unconstructive is so much worse than doesn't like to dig one. And allergies, yeah, no thanks. We'll take omelet. Yeah, none of the rest of these are of any interest. Omelets are useful though. Okay, so the pipes are almost done. We can start filling the pipe system. Soon. I do need to be careful though. Let's see. If we fill this bottom line, that'll fill the tank. Which is fine. I would like to fill the tank. I would not like to run the aqua tuner though. So we will snip that right there. And that'll keep the aqua tuner from running. We should be able to fill the whole system except the aqua tuner. Let's go ahead and fill the cooling loop. Okay. And with the cooling loop filled, this is going to be set to allow all. The auto sweeper can clean up everything, including this granite when we dig that out, and any other messes that happen in here, which there hopefully will be none. This is definitely a steel aqua tuner, a steel auto sweeper, a steel conveyor loader, an aluminum conveyor meter, because the conveyor meter doesn't overheat. Fun fact about Magma Spike. What is the fun fact about Magma Spike, Colo? Mining halves the heat? Well, yeah, because it halves the mass. So half the thermal mass goes poof. wonder if we're getting low on algae. Ooh. Yes, we have less than a ton of algae left. Okay. We might have to just drop everything and go emergency Pacu feed production. I could send the rocket back and load it up with a crap ton of seeds. Because we're not going to have enough time. These guys eat a lot of algae. We definitely do not have enough balm lily seeds. Well, we'll see what happens. I need to start thinking about a balm lily farm, though. Okay. If I build... I can just use this as part of the balm lily farm. Okay, one problem is dupes aren't going to like to work inside the balm lily farm because of the chlorine atmosphere. So we're going to want to rig it up with a suit dock to get in and out. We can build said suit dock somewhere. If we connect to this to the main base, connect that to the main base, wall the background off. Something suit dock in here. Failing that, we can put a small 1 or 2 suit dock somewhere around, I don't know where. Run ladders up this side, put door here, suit dock right in this area. That's not the dumbest idea I've ever had. And then seal this off here. Make everybody go under the tree and up this side and through here to get to the balm lily farm. That's an idea. Okay. But okay. So if I take... Oh, no, we want to use insulated tile because this has to be warm, remember? If I lay out insulated tile like that, we'll have to put in a heavy watt conductive joint plate over here, unless we make this the edge of the farm. And then we remove this wall here and just take our existing chlorine room and poof, allow it to fill out this space. Obviously after we pump it down to a vacuum, but anyway. Farm tiles. Cancel that. We do want insulation on the bottom row, but we'll do it like this. Because we have the room to do it that way, that's why. And then farm tile, 2 spaces, farm tile, 2 spaces, farm tile, 2 spaces, farm tile, 2 spaces, insulation tile. And this will give us 11 tiles wide of farming. Or more like 13 per level. Okay. Then, let's see, 4 rows tall. Cancel that. Drywall. Just drywall the whole damn thing, honestly. Insulated tile over here. Insulated tile over there. Insulated tile there. We're going to remove this ladder. We need to pump all this out. Get into a vacuum. Or we don't, actually. Yeah, we don't need to pump that out to a vacuum. What we need to do instead is run the ladder up there. And just let it dissipate into vacuum. Okay. Make sure there's nothing running through that wall that I accidentally just ordered deleted. Okay. We can just let everything in here except the chlorine over there dissipate into vacuum. This ladder is temporary. Will be removed eventually. We'll be using this ladder permanently. This is going to be dug out so it can become the future home of the suit dock. Farm tiles get built there. Okay, we don't want to do this quite yet. Let me think for a moment. I think that I'm going to want to do like that and leave airflow tiles in the middle on this level, and that level. We can fill them up on the bottom level, obviously. So, because we're going to need some way to get air circulation, or rather to get chlorine circulation going in this room. Actually, we don't need to have chlorine circulation going in this room, because if we're having people go in with suits, they won't ever breathe anything out in here. If we were using face masks, we would have to worry about chlorine circulation, but we're not, so we don't. So all we need to do is get rid of or pump this down to a vacuum, or let it dissipate to a vacuum, before we go ahead and plant in here. Okay. Okay. We're going to want exterior access before we go ahead and remove the bottom connection. Once the bottom connection is removed and sealed, which will happen shortly here. Yeah. So this is the current plan. Meantime, we'll keep working on this. I believe the cooling loop is full enough. So let's snip this connection and have it run out the other way to fill the other half of the cooling loop. And once that's full, then I think we're just going to go start dumping this water into here. But I kind of want to live dangerously and wait to start dumping the water in until we actually have heat being produced, so that the auto sweeper can get all of the dirt that's in here, or that will be in here. Failing that, I guess we're just going to have to feed it into this system. Or we can build our own. That's a better idea. Where am I going to put it, though? I guess I can put it... Oh wait, we do have this running here. Okay. Let's go ahead. Connect you up. Connect you up. Copy. Put those there. That priority to emergency, build those two. And we'll start dumping water into the system now. We're not going to pull it down to a vacuum in here yet, because the water being dumped in down here will help push it up and out. Okay. Build the dam. Free. Okay, there we go. Okay. Mop this before it becomes an issue. Thank you. And we'll just let water pour in here. And then when it's time to actually start this running, we just mine this out, build the last 2 tiles, and book it for the exit. In the meantime, building the outer shell of this system is top priority. Because I don't want this oxygen in here going out the top. I want this oxygen in here going out the top. Okay, this has just become on dormant at a bit of a bad time. So let's see. If I want 150 per tile, that would be 450 per tile plus a little bit to fill this area. So we can keep filling even after the system has been sealed. So we'll fill when this gets to about 450 per tile. Or 500. Somewhere thereabouts. It doesn't have to be 150 per tile. It can be a lot less than that and still function. But I want to have as much as possible in. Also, if we seal when it has mixed gases like this inside, that's going to be annoying. Let's go ahead and deconstruct these two insulated tiles and build an insulated tile there. Let's see, if you actually build one there too, then they can still get down in, and we only need one tile to actually seal it. But we won't do that just yet. I do want these deconstructed quickly though, because okay, good. Double checking to make sure I didn't accidentally order the pipe deconstructed or something dumb like that. There's plenty of food poisoning germs in here, that's fine, they will die in the steam in short order. I remove the top one so that the hydrogen would have an easier time escaping. Additionally, I'm going to dig out a little bit more space here to help the gases move. Right. Go ahead and dig out that area. They should build this first because of their priorities. I don't want to forget and accidentally not order that dug. Okay. This needs to be kept at like 100, wow, 90 some degrees I think it is, needs to be kept at. I don't think the chlorine in here is quite hot enough for that. Let's see, 95 to 185, so we might need to heat it a little bit. Which means this liquid tepidizer tank that like I have over here is going to have to be recopied and built somewhere over here. Possibly. Okay, so we're about halfway there on water. After the next active period, I think we're going to crack this thing open. Okay. Let me think for a second though. This is full. We are currently using that pipe to provide. Yeah, that's less than ideal that we're pulling off that pipe. Operating and cooking, small bladder. We'll take some salt water. Okay. It's just like tens of kilos up here. Yeah, when we get to about 450 to 500 kilos, then we'll seal it. And we'll start the circulation running. Actually, through that, I'm going to start the circulation running right now. And we're going to leave the pump jacked into the system. Damn it, we got a little bit of non-polluted water mixed in. That's a problem, actually. Wait till it's in a good spot. And then we'll have to cut the lines around it. And get it out of there. That's probably as good of a spot as we're going to get. Boom. Boom. I have to keep a close eye on this because we do not want non-polluted water in our pipes. Okay, survey, get your ass over here. Got a job for you. Okay. Keep an eye on that water the whole time. Okay. Probably. How much do we have in here? 300. Need to keep an eye on that too. Because I really don't want to let this get too full. Because that'll be a pain. We'll have to release little puffs of steam and gonna make a mess. I might have to do that anyway. If we get any bubbles of trapped gas in here. Because I'm not pumping it out properly. Which that could be a bit of a problem. I should install another bridge to fix the backfeeding so this circulates properly. Oh. Okay, let's do some disconnecting here. You get deconstructed. You get snipped. And you also get snapped. Empty pipe, empty pipe, empty pipe. They need to be priority 9. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Sure, just empty all the pipes. Liquid bridge, priority 9, deconstruct. Okay. Once those are clear, we can reconnect things up and get this loop circulating. Additionally, we're at 400 kilos, which is a lot less than I really would have wanted in here, but I think we're about at our limit. Go ahead and snip this. we'll go ahead and pull clean water out of this for a little while longer before we snip that too. Okay, boom. Alright, now. As soon as these are emptied, what? Oh, I see. What in the heck is wrong with you people? Oh. Well, fine then. Dig. Dig like your little duplicate lives depended on it. Damn it, how could you... Okay, fine. That should get you out. Go build the damn thing. Okay, there you go. Book it for the exit. And don't get yourself trapped again. Okay. Getting to be a bit glowy. Get over there and save Dread survey. What are you doing? Okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and produce that. We still have a nice patch of vacuum up here to work as the disposal. These are high priority so they can get back up. Okay. How full is this? 438. That looks like the end point. Okay. Now, we have plenty of low pressure gases in here. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a whole lot I can do about that. Except pumping. And I don't want to leave a pump stuck in here, so... I guess it's either pump with the existing pump we have. It's going to take years, or it is going to just be seal it up and hope the steam destroys it. Which most of it will be destroyed by steam. build this here. They'll still be able to get in, barely. Then we can wait till the next time this erupts. We're going to not be able to analyze it if we do that. Do I care? Kind of, but also I can wait to analyze it. I don't have anybody with the right skill to analyze it anyway. I can wait to analyze it until such time as I have a suit dock set up to go into this area. Speaking of which, I need to work on that over here. Okay. This area needs to be drywalled. Do the whole thing for consistency. And then we'll put in a door here of some sort. We'll remove this airlock door. And we'll put in a suit dock. They're under stations, aren't they? Also, we need to build an exosuit forge somewhere in this place. I have no idea where I'm going to put it. Putting it out in space is probably a bad idea. I don't even have room to stuff it over there, even if I wanted to. I kind of don't. I don't want to put it down here because that'll be temporary. I think we're just going to have to build a room and stick it in. I don't want to put it underneath the rocket because that area gets hotter than blazes. Or at least it would if it was built into a proper room. Yeah, I have no idea where I'm going to put this. This map is entirely too small. Okay. There is really no space. I could fit it in here if there wasn't for all the other things that are there already. It's 4 wide, not 3 wide, so we can't stick it up here without... Okay, fine. Wait, why can I not go here? Oh, because of stupid plants, that's why. Damn plants. Okay, fine. There it goes. It's a terrible place for it. But I can't be bothered to find a better place. We'll just hook it up with heavy watt wire because lazy wins. And there we will get suits. Additionally, we're going to need an atmo suit checkpoint. This only needs to have like 1, maybe 2 suits in it. I think we'll do 2 suits. This is to stop everybody who's going through to get chlorine. Okay. Above this, we're going to want to put another layer of tile to block radiation. I keep forgetting about radiation, but it is absolutely a problem. And we need to double line every part of our base that's going to have duplicates for any real amount of time. Yeah. Because we don't want all those heavy rads. I probably should replace some of these with plastic, especially over top of some of these areas. Like this, that are only single line normally. There. Now people can get in and out of here. As for how we're going to fill the suits with oxygen, that is actually a good question. I don't have an oxygen pipe like I would normally have. Actually, I kind of do have an oxygen pipe. It's over here. So I would need to redo that oxygen pipe. There, let's do it that way. Okay. Gas bridge. We'll set up a little priority oxygen splitter here. A high pressure gas vent. Get the rest of it out there. And then when that's built, we can remove this gas vent and start pumping it out at the top of the room instead of the bottom room. And I guess that'll just have to do. Yeah, I was going to run it through here, but that is obviously not possible. Okay. And power. Thankfully, these only draw power when they are charging the suit. Therefore, we can hook it to the main grid and not completely want to kill ourselves. Alright. Yay. As soon as the drywall's done, as soon as that tile's done, we can remove this manual airlock. Remove these 2 bits of tile, replace them with a door. And all will be well in the world. Okay. This tile's all that needs to be done now. Nice. This Pufflet is not the smartest little bastard in the world, because if he doesn't get his ass out of the way, we're going to have him murdered. Ideally, he would fly up here with his buddy. Anyway. Okay, rising pressure. As soon as this finishes blowing, we're gonna go ahead and seal and or go ahead and dig this out and then seal. Get that set up properly. Emitting tungsten, 7.3 kilos per second. As soon as it stops, okay, idle, boom. Emergency dig. As soon as that's done, we're gonna emergency build a tile right here, and probably here too. Shit. No, I should have tested that first. I didn't think of that. Okay. Okay. Cancel that. We need to do this quickly. Extremely quickly. Or we're going to end up with lots of scalded dupes and other major problems. Okay. You, Mr. Conveyor Rail, emergency build. Conveyor loader. Boom. Yes. I hate this layout. Oh, that's going to be so sucky. Oh well, we have to do it because otherwise we can't reach it with the auto sweeper. I can't turn... Unless... Okay, you know what? Let's try it. If it has to access both tiles, we're screwed. If it only has to access the one tile, then we're fine if I turn it around. Okay, get over there and build this before the volcano goes. Okay. Jet. Power. Forgot about that. Get it. Quickly. We have seconds. Okay, you. All materials. Okay, good. The auto sweeper can access it. Okay. Now, let's seal this up. And it's time to see this. It doesn't have as much water as I wanted in it, but it should have enough. The heat exchanger isn't complete. I did not rerun the cooling loop as much as I wanted. Like at all, actually. But it's time to see if this damn thing is going to work. Uh-oh. Where did this come from? Oh, it came from when I was digging this out to build that. Okay. Oh, let's unentomb this so it works properly. Okay. There we go. Water's coming in at 80 degrees. We got it at 60. That's expected. Nothing is generating heat yet, so it'll take a couple of cycles to cool it down. Actually, it'll take more than a couple cycles because we have a whole bunch stored in the liquid reservoir. And this is going to erupt soon, probably. 51 seconds every 696 seconds. 600 seconds a day, so it erupts daily. Roughly. The heat exchanger is not done yet, but that's about it. Everything else should be functional. I wish the coolant was colder, but this will do. Okay. We can get rid of this dirty water down there. Okay. We're probably going to have to burp some gases out of it eventually, and that'll be annoying. But hopefully we can do it in this corner, where it won't be that big of a deal. I'll be able to like build some insulated tiles out here and deconstruct diagonally and do some bullshit to pop a little bubble of gas out of there. Because I did not bother to pull this down to vacuum, and that's going to be a problem. Okay, here comes the steam. I hope we don't have molten tungsten pouring down this edge. But we probably don't have enough aluminum or enough water here. Please don't destroy my aluminum temp shift plates. Damn it. One of the aluminum plates melted. I need this water down here to flash to steam. Please hurry up. It's not transmitting through the plates as quickly as I would have hoped. I'm tempted to open it up and dig out that aluminum. This is gonna be my last chance to do it. We probably won't be able to build an aluminum temp shift plate behind it. But we'll see. It's pretty darn hot in here, but it's also just 7 milligrams, so hopefully they won't get scalded. How hot does it erupt at? Over 6,000 degrees. Problem is, I need this water to go to steam to keep it cool enough that it doesn't melt everything in here. And I don't think it's going to get to steam fast enough because it's too far away. Okay, the power's back on now, finally. Okay. Actual emergency to build this. Yeah, because I need this water to get to steam as quickly as possible. The tungsten cools off really fast. Some of that's aluminum, I guess. Yeah, the tungsten's cooling off really fast, so that's not a problem. It's actually coming out pretty chilly. 60 degrees already out of just this. And the water's not even properly cold yet. Yeah. Okay, we're going to have to feed more water into this. I wish I had more water to feed, but I don't. So we'll just have to leave it alone. So how quickly this is cooling off is reassuring to me. But it's also not reassuring because I need this water to be steam. So it'll properly hang around this area and cool the volcano off. Okay, we do have steam up here now. The problem is I think it's going to condense before we have... Maybe not. If this erupts quickly enough, It's only 1.2 kilos of steam, though. That's not enough. I really need to dump more water in here. Screw it. We're dumping some polluted water in. That'll create some dirt, but I think it'll be okay because it should flash to steam right in this area. We are pulling out of the cooling loop, which means it's going to be cold water. And I don't want to inject too much either. Okay. As long as it doesn't get beyond the reach of the auto sweeper, I'm okay with it. Okay, here we go. Now it's erupting. And it's getting beyond the reach of the auto sweeper. Damn you. It didn't melt any of my aluminum temp shift plates or anything. But we did not end up with more steam. Damn it. It's just not introducing as much heat as I thought it would. And that is a problem. I mean, I knew it was very low thermal mass compared to an aluminum volcano. Also, we're having power problems. Probably because we're running the aqua tuner all the time. Which I was hoping I would resolve by running the steam turbines, but apparently this isn't going to produce enough heat for that. Okay. Well, I don't care about pumping this room down anymore. It was helpful while we were doing it, but now we pumped it down enough. We can stop running that. That'll save a little bit of power. Unfortunately, we have even less steam up here than we used to. Damn it. I'm gonna go ahead and do something dumb here. I'm gonna do another water injection, but this time I'm not gonna let it flow all the way in. Just before it gets down here, I'm gonna snip the line. And we're gonna have water sitting there and ready to go so we can dump it just as soon as it starts erupting. Okay. I'm gonna fake it out with a bridge to nowhere. So it collapses down against the end here. I think we're gonna have to keep doing this, injecting a little bit of water every time just to keep it from melting the aluminum temp shift plates until we can get this hot enough to flash to steam. These temp shift plates, they are slowly getting warmer, so it is shifting the temperature down into the water. The water temperature is going up, so that's good. But it's not going up fast enough. Also, I think these little bits of polluted water are going to be a massive issue. That's actually 200 kilos. What? Did I read that wrong? 214 kilos of polluted water. Where did that come from? We certainly didn't dump that much in. We must have converted some water to polluted water or something. That's weird. Anyway. Okay, what temperature does aluminum melt at? 1200 degrees. Okay, so if you see it get anywhere close to 1000 degrees, we'll have to do something about that quickly. Also, this is off-gassing even more, which is a problem. Well, at least we're dumping more water into it. Or more heat into it. Okay. When this actually starts to erupt, we'll dump a little bit of water in. Oh, screw you. It's not going to flow because it has to go past that. No. This temp shift plate's 1000% going to melt. Damn it. Well, we've got some sand now. Also some aluminum. We're going to have to crack this open and we're going to have to dig that out. Once the steam settles a little bit. Which might not actually happen because it's actually starting to steam up. Okay, if we open the top up a little bit, what's the worst that can happen? Okay, we do have a bit of an oxygen problem stuck down in this corner, which might be interesting. Get your ass out of there right now, you fool. Ouch. Emergency build. There we go. Okay. I think we might be okay from here on in. We have steam. We have more water that's becoming steam. Let's just hope that we don't have any more molten temp shift plates. The one that's right underneath the volcano melted, but there's not much we can do about that. Okay, meanwhile, up here, mop up that water. Okay. Oh, this doesn't reach all the way over here to the edge. This stuff all needs to be swept for my sanity. No, don't run off. Sweep. Sweep. Is it tidying? I think it is. What are you doing? Get over here and clean this mess up. It's set to emergency priority. What do you think you're doing? They just refuse to tidy things that are set to emergency, don't they? I've noticed this problem before. Damn it, you scumbags, what are you doing? Screw that, get down here. Okay, where is survey? That's relatively low priority. That's relatively low priority. What do you think you're doing? No. Screw you. Get the stuff that has emergency priority. Finally. And over here? We have to seal it up again, aren't we? Okay, the aluminum's out. There, cancel what you were doing. Seal. Boom. Alright, that's not so bad. Finally. You piece of shit. We're gonna have to open this up again and mine that out. Alright, fine, be that way. At least it's in range of the reachy thing now. This is definitely aluminum. Yes, it's aluminum. Okay. I should make these right underneath here as we have tungsten. I can make this out of tungsten. Or I could use steel. What is the melting temperature of steel versus tungsten? I should figure these things out. Steel. Steel melts at 4,000 degrees. Okay. We probably want to use actually tungsten for this. It's not as good as aluminum. But it shouldn't melt as easily. And also we have some right there. And we'll flank it with aluminum because it's what we have. Okay. Look it for the exit, you fool. Come on, Dread, where you at? Get down here. Okay, survey. Just move somewhere that's away from here, please. Dread can finish the job. Boom. Okay. There we go. Hopefully no more melting. Uh-oh. Get down here and rescue Dread, please. He needs the medical bed more than you do. Go down there and rescue Dread before he dies. There we go. Alright. Yay, everybody's alive, sort of. And we have steam everywhere, and this is going to be full of dirt, and I'm going to be very annoyed about it, and I can't do anything about it, ever. Yay, go me. Oh well. I knew that was going to happen anyway. 165 kilos of steam. That's overpressure, isn't it? Damn it. We're going to have to burp this thing. Or rather, we're probably going to have to let it heat up more, and then let the water dump someplace that's not in here from the steam turbines. On the bright side, this is now growing again because it's in temperature. I should put in a bypass that turns on when the temperature is getting too low, or one that I can turn on manually maybe. Because I don't actually want to chill the whole base down completely, because I would like to grow a thimbleweed in here. That needs to stay over 70 degrees. Anyway. I think everything that wasn't steam actually got pushed out of the box. That's actually pretty huge. Oh, we got a little tiny bit of polluted oxygen and a little tiny bit of carbon dioxide in here. But those aren't the end of the world. They'll either take care of themselves eventually or they just won't, in which case we'll be stuck with them forever, but they're not in the way, which is the important thing. Okay. A shut-off system for the main base cooling loop. How? Probably better to install it down here, honestly. So, plumbing. We do a liquid shut-off like this. And then we'll need to do a priority flow thingy. Okay, so this is the output, that's the input, this is the output. And then we put a liquid bridge here. It should prefer to flow through the liquid bridge. We're gonna have to reroute that slightly. Snip that. And then we'll take a bit of automation wire. I think I'm just gonna rig this to a manual switch for now. Because laziness springs eternal. So if I notice the base is getting too cold, I can shut off the base loop. Okay. Now, we need 2 Atmos suits made here. And then repair Atmos suit forever. And these docks need suits delivered. This is sealed up, so we can deconstruct these 2 tiles and we'll put a pneumatic door in there. That can be deconstructed. Okay. Good night, survey. You're trying your damnedest to be everywhere you shouldn't. Problem is I just don't have enough dupes here. And I can't really support enough dupes even if I wanted to, so. None of these are great. I don't need more pip eggs here. We already have a pip. We don't need 3 or 4 of them. Farming, suit wearing, slow learner. This guy's actually a little bit tempting. But no. Shit. This needs to be snipped as well. Okay. So this shuts off. Oh, I need to put another bridge in. Like that. Snip. We need to establish flow directionality, basically, is what the bridges are for. Okay. Oop. I just noticed a problem with this plan. It's not actually working the way it should. I think this needs to go the other way around. Here, how's it work down here? Yes. This needs to be... Okay, here. This needs to be coming in on a bridge. Be here. Like that. Snip that for now. We'll just leave the pipe full up there. Fine. Not sure. Let's see, it's 11. It's almost 12 o'clock already. Well, I'm going to solve this little problem here and then I'll probably end. Survey going to bed is a sure indicator that I've went too late. On the plus side, we seem to have fixed our problems here. We just need to solve the problem of having a toggleable shutoff for this. Yeah. What I'm gonna do, gotta put this here, because I want No, actually, we don't need to do that now. If I move the bridge... Okay, here. These damn duplicates will get their asses down here and actually do what they're supposed to be doing. Okay, as soon as they finish deleting this... There we go. And then we deconstruct that. Emergency priority. Liquid bridge. Bring it in like this. And then you run like that. That'll give priority to liquid coming through here before... Shit. 3... Okay, this is actually a problem. I mean, not really, but... a little problem. That needs to be built. That needs to be built. That needs to be built. Quickly so that the loop can run without just sitting there. Okay. Now, what's important is that when I flip the switch, the liquid in this part of the loop should actually stop and just sit. It shouldn't actually flow. Which may or may not be ideal depending on how you look at it. I'm going to go ahead and flip the switch and run water through this main system. And indeed, it works fine. But if I flip the switch the other way, I'm going to wait till the system's full, basically what I'm doing here. When the system's full, I'm going to flip the switch the other way. And that should cause it just to run the essentials down here. And turn off the main base cooling loop. Without draining the main base cooling loop. There won't be any interruptions in service or anything like that. Although there will be a big slug of possibly different temperature water just hanging out in that loop. What's important is that nothing ever gets hot or cold enough up here that we actually have to worry about freezing the loop or anything like that. Okay, so the loop is running fine. Flip the switch. Boom. Priority diverters ensure that that part is just cut out of the loop without causing any issues. Flip the switch the other way. Boom, loop runs. Okay, what is the temperature up here? It is 96 degrees. Okay, so we need to run that for a little while longer. Cool the area up there. But now we can turn it off without causing problems, so that's nice to know. Okay. So I'm going to admit that I've not seen this run for a little while, and I'm wondering if it's because it's overpressure. We're going to keep an eye on it. Next week. Because this week, it is time to quit. Let's see. Who is streaming what? It looks like Avi and Wasted are playing MechWarrior together. So let's raid Avi. Okay. Tomorrow is Monday. Yes, tomorrow is Monday. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do tomorrow. Something. There's several things I should be doing, and we'll see which one of those it will be. Possibly X4, possibly MechWarrior, maybe some more Chorus. I don't know. I'll decide. Of course, Tuesday will be more Command and Conquer Generals. I'm quite looking forward to that, actually. But I really want to do the Generals campaigns. Until then, let's all go see what shenanigans Avi is getting up to. And yeah, I'll see you all later. I hope you all have an awesome night. And goodbye.